Hello, everyone. Welcome to Mindovermania. My name is Christian, and I'm going to be your tarot reader today. Today's topic is we are doing a vibe check on your best friend. This best friend could either currently be in your life, or maybe you are manifesting this person. This can be platonic best friend or maybe potentially a romantic partner. We're going to look at what is your best friend like to make sure that it is the right pile for you. And then we're going to go ahead and see what's going on with them. What's kind of going on with your dynamic, and how is their current relationship with you impacting both of you at this time. We currently have 4 piles for you to choose from. When you are selecting your pile, I want you to make sure that you have both feet planted on the ground, take a couple deep breaths, and relax, and focus your intuition towards your stomach, and ask it which number would best represent the relationship between you and your best friend and or future best friend. Okay? And whatever you feel drawn towards, select that pile down in the link in the description. If you are interested in booking me for a professional reading, links are down in the description below. I hope to see you at your pile. Take care. Hello, everyone. You have chosen group number 1. This is going to be your pile for what is the vibes going on with you and your best friend. What's going on between the two of you? Maybe trying to withdraw or hide something. The withdrawal energy feels as though maybe this person they're not used to speaking their truth, or maybe there's something going on in your situation where maybe they're, I don't know, catching feels, or there's some kind of a withdrawal energy. Take what resonates, but that's what I'm feeling off the bat. Let's go ahead and see what card you got. Okay, so we've got a woman who is looking kind of downtrodden. Kind of gives me the vibe of homelessness. She's barefoot and she has a bowl of soup in her hands. Maybe there's something going on with this best friend of yours that is, maybe they're struggling financially right now, or they went through some hardship. I definitely feel like your bestie has been through things, or at least seen a lot. All right, my eyes got drawn to the graffiti in the back, and there's an X, and it's almost as though this person either has chosen to walk away from a difficult romantic situationship in the past, or there was some kind of a situation in the past that they said, no more, we're not doing this. But even despite some of those changes, you're still seeing them struggling, and I just feel like with this pile, you guys are definitely concerned. I do feel with this person, you're going to need to be a little bit careful, because with this handout, it kind of feels like this person is a little bit of a victim. I'm not going to lie. Sometimes, yes, they have gone through some difficult things. I feel like they've been working on that, though. But other times they're not taking accountability for their own situation. So just kind of be balanced and aware when you're handling this person and the dynamics between you two, because while it's important to remind yourself that, they need love, affection, and care and attention, also at the same time, make sure you're not enabling poor behavior as well. It's totally okay to stand up to this person and say, hey, I can't give you money this time around. What would be a better non-financial way to support you at this time? Or maybe, take them out to dinner. There's ways that you can support your best friend. Just make sure that you're, with this best friend energy, make sure that you're committing that energy to the right person, because there's a very difficult decision I feel like you, group 1, is going to need to come to when it comes to getting into balance with this person and what a best friend actually looks like. All right, so that's kind of just a general vibe check for the beginning of this reading. I'm going to pull some cards to see what is happening between you and this person, and yeah, what's kind of the tea? What is your situation like? What is their situation like? Yeah, I feel like this is going to be your energy and that's going to be their energy. Because I do want to see a little bit more about like where you're at in this struggle with this other person. Or this person in the future. I see you as someone who helps a lot of people. I'm definitely picking that up off the bat, where you're just very naturally kind-hearted, and very generous. And so I feel like, your person, your bestie, definitely appreciates and sees all that you give to people. And so I feel like, despite maybe some of your worries, this person was definitely struggling when they were going through these things. Now, however, maybe that person maybe they could have made different decisions that were healthier for them, but I think that's where you have to take what resonates and allow spirit to kind of guide you through this situation, because on the one hand, you don't want to be placing, I don't know, there's something about maybe you, I can't tell if this is you, the viewer, or if this is just me channeling, but I definitely feel this back and forth between where is that line and boundary of support. I feel like you're kind of either verifying if what this person's saying to be true to you, which I do believe there is a lot of straightforwardness, but there could also be some lies here as well, between the two of you, and it may be that this person lied about homelessness, but not in the bad way, if that makes any sense. I feel like, if anything, this person was struggling much more than what they let on, or maybe they came across as very strong. There's just something here that I feel like you're sensing, that there's something not right with this person, with your best friend. And at the same time, though, you're kind of being like, well, do I trust this? Do I not? And I think your spirit guide team's trying to say, hey, we're on this, okay? You're not, like, this person, you're not the only one supporting this person. And, if you're feeling let down by this person as well, understand that you need to take care of yourself first, and allow spirit to also support this person at the same time. So, like, don't worry, this person's troubles will be over at some point in the near future, but for the current moment in time, yeah, it probably feels pretty dire to this person. And, your support doesn't necessarily, as I said, need to be financial or material. As I said, something as easy as, like, a thinking of you text, if you can't give that much at this time, or maybe, like I said, sharing a meal with somebody, that's more than enough to help this person, because I do feel like this person's struggling to make friends. All right, we're going to go ahead and pull your cards, see what's going on your side of the table. We've got Goddess of the Moon. We have Man holding a coin in reverse. We have Look at your resources. You have Distract yourself for a bit. It'll figure itself out. I can't feel what I need to say. Running away won't make this better. Abundance is coming your way. Who the fuck are you? Are you important? And then a job. Wow. Okay. So pile number one, what I'm feeling your energy is in this situation with this person, I feel like a job is the main struggle that you're having with this person. Primarily because, one, you're focused on your employment, right? I definitely feel like this group, if you're not currently employed, you're self-sustaining or you're self-sufficient, right? And so there's something about, like, maybe you have a high demands job, and so whenever this person comes into your life asking for things, or there's like, it's like you don't want them to feel like they're a burden because they're your best friend, but at the same time, there is a little bit of a power imbalance here, right? And so, what I'm kind of feeling is there might be this energy of you want to make sure you're not projecting onto this person. Again, it's almost like when I'm trying to channel this message, it feels very much like I'm trying to tell you how to think and feel because this is what's right for me. And I can't tell if this is your energy or something there's some kind of energy of that in our relationship where, excuse me, wow. I'm so, like, deep channeling this message, wow. I apologize, guys, 1 second. Yeah, sorry, I got really entangled in the message. But essentially what's kind of happening is your best friend or the person on this other end, there's something about there might be a lifestyle circumstance that you can't relate to. And I think you're struggling to comprehend what's actually happening here. So, for example, if this person, it kind of makes me feel like, okay, if that person has a Gucci bag, but you knew they grew up poor, maybe you have that subconscious judgment that it's like, well, if they were really poor, they wouldn't have a Gucci bag, or they'd be doing XYZ. When really, I feel like this this pile over here, which would be your energy, I feel like you need to kind of take a step back when you're observing this person's dynamic. Yeah, I'm feeling like with your side of the energy, I feel like you're kind of in a position where it's easier to kind of reflect on things. It's easier to kind of make judgments about what this person's situation is like. My eyes were drawn to the knees here, and I feel like sometimes too, you're kind of frustrated with the way this person continues to beg for either your time, money, or attention. With the knees, it's almost like I feel like this person's constantly on their knees, and you're like, when are you gonna ever pick yourself back up? You know, are things always that hard for you? With the garbage too, it's almost kind of like, well, hey, if instead of sitting here talking to me, go take out the garbage or go take care. I feel like there is a bit of that difficulty with understanding this person's relationship with themselves. And you're kind of sitting there being like, why aren't they taking care of this? Like, if you really wanted to get your act together, why aren't you doing XYZ? This is kind of confirmed by some of these other cards where we have look at your resources. So you're kind of sitting there talking to this person, and I see you maybe like sitting down with them and being like, okay, I looked up online on a government website to see what resources you have available to you. Why are you not looking at these resources, or blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? And I feel like because you've been stressed out about your bestie, gosh, this energy's so hard. I'm so sorry for you guys that are going through this. Maybe you have been this person in the past and you're healing from this too. Take what resonates. But I feel like you're kind of sitting there being like, I got out of my situation through hard work and all these other things. Why isn't this person? You know? And this person's my best friend, so I'm not going to judge them as harshly, but come on. You know? I feel like you're kind of a cheerleader person, group one. With the distract yourself for a bit, it'll figure itself out. I think you're trying to just kind of keep this energy at bay to be like, hey, as much as I love my friend, it's stressing me out, so I'm gonna kind of take a step back for a minute. I don't know if you maybe kind of ghosted this person. I don't feel like you intended to walk away long term, but I do feel like there was some kind of a reality that was shattered with this other person, due to maybe their own self-limiting beliefs or a false belief about themselves. I do feel like this person is kind of on the more sensitive end, or at least you view them as very sensitive because you're like, well, I said this and that wouldn't have affected me, but I don't think this person ever told you that. We've got running away won't make this better. I do think there's kind of a push and pull dynamic between the two of you, where on the one hand, you're like, well, running away won't make this better, and so you want to tell this person, don't run away from your problems, but I do feel like this pile kind of ran away from this person's issues as well. It kind of feels a little mutual, where I feel like both of you kind of run away when things remind you of this situation or when things get tough. You know what I mean? And this kind of running away, it's more emotional than anything. It's almost kind of like, okay, so this person, maybe they had a really bad day at work or they lost their job, and they're just heartbroken about something. Maybe someone dumped them and now they're potentially going to be homeless. And, you know, they come to you talking about this and they're crying and they're frustrated, and they really needed a person with a listening ear. I feel like with you guys, group one, sometimes you can be a great listening ear, but then other times you're not aware of when your advice isn't really well received. Or it's more of like a just sit and hang out with me for a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to completely drop my call, because if this person was in an emergency, just because they're calling you you don't know what that's for. You know what I mean? And so I think that right now, you're kind of having a hard time accepting where this person's at and maybe understanding what their needs are at this time, especially if this person's going through like a domestic violence situation or something. There's kind of a mix of energy here of like, whatever your best friend's going through, I feel like you're kind of unqualified or underqualified to handle it. Maybe because you're like, oh, well, I helped this one friend in the past. That's not going to apply to every single situation. So I highly, highly recommend you maybe talk to a therapist or a social worker if someone's struggling with homelessness or some of these other issues. But don't try to solve this all yourself. And I think you're really burdening yourself with this situation. As I said, because you consider this person your best friend. But I think you need to look at that deeper too, on why. I can't feel what I need to say. Yeah, there's something about, like, you have some trapped emotions where you're holding back from this person because you're kind of like, this person's behavior is frustrating me, but I know they're going through a bad time because they're my bestie, I'm not going to tell them that this behavior upsets me. And I feel like you have a tendency, like when something stressful comes about in life, you shut down. Um, and it's more so about like just not being honest with others. I feel like you can be honest with yourself very quickly, but it's kind of like I don't think you're being fully transparent and honest about what's going on in the situation with this person as opposed to what that person's situation's like. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like I'm upset that this person didn't call me, but then I'm totally forgiving when I hear, oh, well, they were having a really large fight with their ex-boyfriend who is, suicidal or is threatening them and blah, 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 blah. And so you're sitting there like, well, I'm mad that she didn't call me. And then, you know what I mean? It's kind of like this energy of you need to make sure you're being honest with yourself about how you're evaluating it, especially with the job thing. I also feel, too, that you've got some external job or you have some kind of a visibility as well that you're also considering, do I stay friends with this person? Because it may impact your job, or maybe you feel like it is a job taking care of this person. With abundance is coming your way, I feel like a lot of this stuff too is like you trying to reassure this person. Maybe you've had some money flowing your way, or it's starting to come in, and so now you're suddenly going, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know that I should be letting this person borrow my car anymore. I don't know if I should be handing out money to give to this person. With the goddess of the moon, I'm definitely feeling like you're entering this divine feminine state of attraction. And with the man holding the coin, it's almost kind of like I see you being the financial provider for yourself right now, or you're just very focused on your own money. And specifically, there's some kind of a resistance or avoidance towards masculine energy at this time. Or maybe, for example, you've had your own issues with masculinity, so you're kind of like, all right, if I invite this person in this drama, then I'm going to start welcoming in all that old stuff that I just worked through. And then finally, who the fuck are you? Are you important? I feel like this is kind of an energy of going both ways between you and this person. It's kind of like you're like, as you're rising and stepping into your power, you're kind of thinking, who the heck is this person? You know what I mean? To tell me blah, 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 because they're having a trauma response, or trying to determine like the level of importance of what's going on, of like how serious is this person's financial situation? Are they just making it up to get to me? Or you feel like the opposite, where you feel like this person is projecting this onto you, where you feel like, oh, well, they're treating me like I'm some wealthy heiress or whatever, when here I worked for my wealth, and so they're judging me when I worked for it. I did all these things. Yeah, there's definitely just this difficult back and forth dynamic where it's really the same energy on the opposite coin, okay? But yeah, that's what I'm kind of feeling your vibes are. We did go into your bestie's energy a bit. Like I said, take what resonates, but let's kind of go ahead and see what's the vibe going on with your best friend, because I feel like talking to your best friend's energy, I feel like group number one, there's something about the situation's getting very blown out of proportion. I think why I'm really struggling to channel both you and your best friend as like separate people, because I'm noticing this as I'm talking. I keep thinking to myself, they're very enmeshed and entangled. Like, these people are struggling to see each other as different, as two separate people. And I think that's kind of the energy that's happening. Like, you're starting to separate from this person when you were used to being so enmeshed in other people's problems that's why you were prioritizing it. Like I said, take what resonates, but there's something about this energy of like, you need to take a step back because this energy is all over the place. So for your best friend, I feel like they're much more scattered than you. You're like an organized person. This person's either detached. I don't know if this person used to be an organized person, or there's just something about this person's vibe and energy that they can't stay safe, or they can't stay stable or grounded, and it kind of spirals and loops. Yeah, there's also like this impatient energy too, because I was like, oh, you need to pull the cards, and I'm like, whoa, calm down. So I feel like your best friend is also very impatient. about what's happening to them right now. I feel like they are hurting on a lot of different levels, and I feel like they've just been I feel like they're constantly asking for support, and it's so exhausting and tiring. And I feel like this person wants to give up. Maybe on this connection or just connections in general, because I feel like this person, they're tired of being a beggar. Okay, I feel like your best friend's aware that they have issues, maybe that they have mental health issues, maybe they have a disability, maybe there's something like I'm noticing with the feet where they're kind of like, I can't afford to buy shoes right now. And you're upset because I didn't get you a birthday present? Because I didn't text you when I'm starving? And I have been starving? You know, I feel like both of you guys are kind of feeling very victimized in this situation that feels like both of you guys don't have control right now. You're being that guy. Yeah, so I feel like there are times when this person takes advantage of your kindness and they know that. And I don't think they're always aware of how they come across to others. I feel like your best friend knows they're being that guy. And I think they kind of cycle between not being ashamed and being very, very ashamed, or they think that this behavior is shameful, but they don't know what to do to get out of the situation. Again, my focus is on the feet, where it's almost as though I don't... You know, it's funny, I just had a notification go off on my phone, and it's almost like I was like, I don't have a phone. Like, I can't get where I need to go. And it's almost like, though, at the same time, they have both feet on the ground where they're trying to just sense everything. I do feel like this person has a strong sense of intuition about them that maybe you don't recognize, that, yeah, this person does know how to take care of themselves. And if they've been on the streets, they already know that song and dance. And so I think where breaking out of the cycle is hard for them is because if they're used to using their feet to navigate, and then you put shoes on, suddenly they're walking blind. Yeah, there's something about maybe blindness. So I think because they're so used to reenacting old patterns, that it's very hard for them to cut this energy out. Okay? So it's kind of like, say, for example, this person grew up with poverty, and then they got a better paying job, but they're still making the same dumb mistakes, or they're dating the same dumb people, and you're like, what the heck? I thought this person was elevated. I thought this person's working. And I feel like this person's trying, but they're struggling to admit their difficulties to you. And I think that's what's really important to understand here, is that poverty mindset and this level of disagreements and issues, I really truly believe, kind of stepping out of this energy real fast, that you guys are just on completely different life lessons and life paths on your journey. And I think you're still reflecting the same energies from different angles. Okay? Because, like, I do feel like your best friend really does love and appreciate you. They care about you. They love the food that you make. They love the things that you bring for them. It's kind of like, if you've never been raised with lack, you're not going to get this lifestyle. Okay? Yeah, there's definitely this, and even if you say you do understand this person doesn't feel understood by you, and by others. But I feel like you at least let them into your world. And I think that was a harsh reality check for them, because I think, oh gosh, this is so hard. I'm sorry. This person, it's almost like when you brought them into your world, they saw just how disadvantaged they were, and how much they're fighting against to get back on their feet again. Maybe this person has struggles with an addiction, or maybe they're just losing hope in general for humanity, or like I said at the beginning, I was like, if this is like a queer person, if they're trying to take care of themselves or their bodies and all this other stuff and mental health when they don't have a family support system, this person could be isolated right now and they don't know how to get help anymore. You know, especially when resources are getting taken away. So I feel like you have to really understand what this person's going through, or have seen what happens to people like this, in order to get a bigger full-scale picture of what's happening here. We've got Saturday in the park. I think it was the 4th of July. People laughing, people dancing, a man selling ice cream, singing Italian songs. That is Saturday in the Park by Chicago. I believe that's the band. Yeah, and I feel like there's something about this person, that why you like them and why they kind of like you is there's something about, like, even though both of you guys are going through maybe difficult times or maybe you kind of have shared similar traumas in your past, I feel like what this person really appreciates about you is you helping them break out of a certain kind of cycle. So with this Saturday in the park, I'm usually thinking of like, okay, you know what, even though I'm having a really crappy day, you showed up on my doorstep and we went to the park and we did something without needing to worry about spending money, and I had just had a blast. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't need to go out and be anybody else but ourselves. And so I think this person really appreciates the authentic vibe you bring in your connection, and I think that I don't know if this person like hangs out in public by themselves a lot, but it kind of feels like this energy of like they're so used to being alone or abandoned and rejected that they don't know how I don't want to say engage in the public spaces anymore the same way, but it's kind of like parks and public open spaces have a different connotation to them than you. So that might also be something triggering for your person as well, as if you're like, hey, let's go to the park, and then they're like, yeah, and they're walking past homeless people and they're just getting re-traumatized about like, yeah, I was like 2 steps away from that, and you're like going, ew, homeless people. You know what I mean? It's like there's kind of like this like back and forth dynamic where this person just has such a heavy mental load that you're not aware of. With taking out the garbage too, I feel like they feel ashamed that they can't release old things. So maybe this person grew up with a hoarder, or maybe there was like some kind of a hoarding tendency where you're like, all right, if I don't buy this now, I'm never going to have it, or I'm going to lose it forever. Yeah, take what resonates. Your bestie's going through it. Oh my gosh. But what's cool about this person too, and I think this is also why you stick around this person, is they have such a a relentless spirit. I was about to say resentful, and I was like, no, they aren't. I mean, like maybe you think that, or there's just some kind of like, maybe they have resentment against society, or they're really passionate about like mental health or men's health, or there's some kind of like an energy of like this person really does want to advocate for others because of the things they've been through. And I think you really admire that strength and determination, and the fact that this person is still jovial and smiling and trying to be a good person despite the differences between you two. And I think you appreciate that about them because you've learned a lot by just being in their presence. And maybe being aware of your privileges too. I'm getting this feeling that this will work out okay. Reassure yourself, honey. Yeah, I feel like this sometimes drives you nuts, but this person loves this about themselves. They know how to feel okay even when the world's on fire around them. And I think you're really jealous of that. And that's why they're your best friend, because you're sitting there like, oh my gosh, I don't have enough money to pay this bill and blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, this person's like, do you know how many times I haven't been able to pay my bills? I don't care anymore. And I feel like maybe you were like, oh, well, that's really irresponsible and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, this person understands that I can be comfortable in my own skin, that my body, mind, and spirit are not dictated and tied to money, and that there's more valuable things than that at this current time than to worry about it, because I trust that spirit's going to take care of me, or someone else is going to take care of me. Now, that is where the catch-22 is because I do feel like this person can struggle with a victimhood mentality where sometimes they could have made that money, and they didn't make that choice, okay? And so that's where I feel like that back and forth, everybody's situation's different, and so what's actually happening here just really isn't clear. Yeah, okay, listen to their advice, it means something. Yeah, I feel like they listen to your choices more than your words, okay? So it's almost like they see you going out to parties, they see you going out and investing in the stock. I feel like they're very much like they'd rather watch you than deceive you, if that makes any sense. Like, it's kind of like this person kind of feels like they know that they're making excuses, and so they'd rather show up when things are better. I don't know if this person maybe walked away from you, or maybe they're feeling kind of embarrassed, or kind of like they don't want to show their face. Maybe because you're attractive, or you've got something going on for you, or like you met them when you were both at a low, but then you got out of it, and then this person stayed stuck, or they're feeling kind of left behind. There's a couple different scenarios here. But with me talking so fast, I feel like you make this person anxious because they're so scared of you leaving. I feel like if you leave, that's like not just a, oh, I lost a best friend. To them, that's like you're losing some financial security. You're losing like somebody who was going to have your back if they're in the hospital. Like this isn't just like a casual, oh, my best friend is ignoring my text message. Like this person is kind of have, I don't know if they've had panic attacks over it or something in the past, but there's some kind of additional stressor that you're not aware of that's being created in this dynamic. Like I said, with the listening to their advice, I feel like maybe this is something that you felt like you've told this person 1,000 times this is what you need to do, but this person is only capable of listening so much. And again, this is something about like with people who have been in financial hardship, dealt with lack of safety, things like that. People can only meet you where they can meet you. And I feel like this person, it's not that they don't want to listen to your advice, it's just that they lose hope so quickly that they have a hard time following through. And I think somebody out there needed to hear that because I want you to understand that like all the efforts that you put in with this person, they didn't go nowhere. They didn't go into a void. I just feel like you're kind of avoiding seeing the harsh reality of what it's like when someone didn't grow up with the same things as you. And you're like, what are you talking about? This person grew up either better than me or whatever. And there's just something about a misunderstanding between the both of you where it's like, okay, this person can grow up with money, but then they weren't taught basic relationship skills. So then they are making horrible, terrible decisions later on in life that they can't recover from. Or maybe they got a disability or something happened and so now they can't take care of themselves. Or vice versa, the other person, they grew up poor, but they were always taken care of with the social support. And so I just feel like there's a lot of like misleading gaps in the stories and understanding each other and needing to really just kind of say, hey, let's just go to the park and hang out, and not focus on all that, take what resonates. No matter what, you're loved so much by the universe. Yeah, I feel like your best friend, pile number 1, your best friend feels very spiritual, but I feel like it's a different kind of spirituality than you're used to. Maybe you're used to the yoga and crystals and tarot reading versus this person's the, I've been homeless and then a feather landed on my hand and I knew Jesus was with me. Like this person's level of spirituality is from toughness and from being protected from things that you would never conceive happening to you. Again, maybe this person's a minority. Maybe this is a person that, like I said, if they were maybe part of the queer community and they've been in the closet, there's things that you're not aware of that this person experiences every single day that they have to protect themselves from. And the love that this person has, both for you and the universe and God and whatever deity they worship, is tremendous. And so, wow, it's like, I'm kind of sitting here like, it's not like I want to cry, but it's like, I feel like this person really is just, their energy stressing to me to make you understand that they do care about you. Okay, they're not just using you. They're not just helpless. Okay, I think they really resent that. And I feel like it's almost like they just want to reach their hand out and kind of just hold your hand right now. Or they just really want to connect when they can't right now. Or there's something about like they're aware that they can't connect to you in the ways that you require to have a certain level of your relationship. But with what they're going through, they can't get out. Okay? And there's some limitations here that they just want you to understand that you need to accept from them. Maybe English is not their first language, or maybe English is their second language, and so when you're trying to talk with them, maybe they're translating things. There's a lot of different scenarios here that I'm feeling that this person's just seen so much different experiences in the world, and I think you gotta kind of ask yourself, have I been listening to this person? Wow, oh my gosh, I'm sorry guys, like I keep switching back and forth between the two of you because I feel like it's kind of like there's this energy of like, you're making excuses, oh, I'm making excuses, da, da, da. Like it's kind of like this back and forth ping pong where you both are playing a role in this dynamic when I think you need to focus on what is the actual love being shared between the two of you. Like, I've got these two little bunnies here, and they've got their noses together, almost like they're kissing. And to me, it's just kind of like, or at least like doing like the nose touching each other, you know? It's like, just be cute and keep it light. The final card for this person is Blossoming Abundance in reverse. Yeah, I feel like I think this person has a future ahead of them. Okay? I feel like this person, they're a dreamer. I think they have big dreams, and I do think part of the reason why you've stayed together as friends is I feel like both of you guys work hard and you work well together. There's something about you're both able to manifest things when you work as a team. And what I'm kind of gathering from this energy, guys, is I don't know. I'm getting the energy that you shouldn't give up on this connection if that's something you were thinking of. But what's kind of happening between the two of you is this dynamic of needing to learn to trust the universe while at the same time having trust within ourselves and finding balance between the relationship of self and others. And like I said, I feel like you guys are so complementary as besties that you kind of are intermeshed. For those of you that maybe you don't have this best friend currently in your life, maybe you ghosted them, they ghosted you, maybe there is a future person that you're manifesting forward and they've been through this. Because, like I said, take what resonates, but this could also be the past of your future best friend or boyfriend or girlfriend. But the point is that if you're trying to maybe date or really get close and vulnerable and connected to a person that's been through this, what I'm feeling from Spirit strongly is you need to respect the boundaries that this person has around their self-worth, because they have such a strong, unwavering strength and connection to the universe that you're never going to come close to that. Okay? And someone needed to hear that from the standpoint that there's an issue with control here, right? This person's able to let go of control and they're having trouble reigning in control on their end, versus this person over here is trying to control so much of the situation instead of leaning back and resting and saying, hey, I've done my part. I don't need to judge this person. I don't need to tell them what to do. I don't need to show up as this person. Because I almost feel, too, with this entanglement, it's almost like you kind of maybe are a chameleon when you're around this person, where maybe, like I said, if you went through a difficulty in your past, when you're around this person, you shift into old patterns. And I think you're afraid of ending up in that old pattern. And then you're like, oh, well, I'm resorting back and I'm going to be this person again. When Spirit's saying, hey, listen to yourself right now. Go deep within and trust that the universe put this person in your life to enforce your boundaries and to understand another person's shoes and situation. All right? With the barefoot, you know what I mean? It's like, if you've been barefoot walking in the cold, right now, there's no reason anyone should be talking about why this person shouldn't deserve to have shoes. Right? You know what I mean? With that X across the graffiti, it's almost like we have to look away from the hard things. We have to look away from like, oh, well, graffiti's a sign of trash and partying or all this other stuff. It's like, I feel like maybe your best friend, maybe for some reason I'm getting a masculine energy, but maybe there was a lot of partying, a lot of drinking, a lot of smoking, a lot of whatever. I don't think maybe you put two and two together that your best friend you were associating that with poverty, or there's some kind of like they're trying to escape their situation. And so when you try to cut that out, or you say, oh no, I don't participate in this, or I don't participate in that, I don't think you understand that they're not doing it because they enjoy partying or being addicted to substances. It's because they don't have anything else to escape. Now this person needs to take responsibility and ownership of how their decisions are impacting you. And I think that your spirit guide team's just trying to make you understand that they are listening to your advice. They do want to get out of this, and just that they love you so very much. Okay? I'm going to go ahead and pull some cards for suggestions. I apologize, guys. This reading's kind of like all over the place, and I'm kind of rolling with it because I think that's just the energy of both you and this person or the situation itself. let's get some advice from Spirit about what you can do to support your bestie during this time, as well as support yourself and figure out what you need to do next. So the first thing I'm hearing and feeling is you need to have trust a little more and have a little more faith. Maybe there's some patterns that you both need to let go of in order to find a mutual space. So for example, if you're tired of being around someone who smells like cigarettes, you can say, okay, if you're going to smoke your cigarettes, then you're going to have to do it outside 10 feet away from me until, and then we'll continue talking. Okay, so for example, maybe if you got to set a boundary to say, hey, I cannot be around cigarette smoke because it's going to trigger me back into having those thoughts and feelings again, that's perfectly fine. And just set the boundary with that person. And I feel like because they're your best friend, I think they're going to respect you more for it, rather than just saying, I don't want to be around smokers anymore. You know, like this person primarily doesn't want you to cut them off, and Spirit's saying that there are better ways to handle this. Than not being best friends, but you also don't have to be that enmeshed. We've got nobody else needs to know but you and them. Yeah, so if something about this reading kind of came up and caused you to realize something about this person personally, don't go and tell your friends or family about this. So like, for example, if you didn't know that this person struggled with homelessness, create a boundary with yourself about what this person needs as your real support right now. Like, we're not here to get the tea. I mean, that's how the reading started off, but like, use this information at this time to basically trust in the universe, that the universe gave you this information for a reason, that if this person's going on their own journey, then they will learn what they need to know when they need to do it. And sometimes, too, if this person only has ever opened up to you, you might not know that, okay? So be very discerning about who you share this person's past with, and also, you know, send them some healing vibes, whether you're in their life or not. You don't need to have all the answers. Yeah, you don't need to know what this person's doing on a Tuesday night. Like, you think they're, like, laying at home playing video games? Meanwhile, they're disassociated. You know what I mean? You don't need to know every detail about this person's financial situation to just be kind to them and to not judge this person. Finally, we've got no offense, but he ain't that great. Yeah. So this is for those of you that have been thinking about quitting this relationship and walking away, especially if this is like a romantic partnership. I do feel like you really, really need to be discerning about what this person does for you in your dynamic. Okay? You can sympathize someone and not let them drain your energy. Okay? And there's a huge difference between someone who continues to choose struggle and someone who chooses to elevate themselves, how they make choices going forward, and what their background is. And it's perfectly okay for both of you to set those boundaries. So, for example, a person who's struggled with certain things is allowed to tell you no. Even though I may have struggled, that does not mean I'm going to let you treat me however. Take what resonates, and vice versa. You know, everybody here is allowed to have a space that is most comfortable for them. And I think when you take that energy of love, get really honest with yourself about how both of you could be projecting into this situation, and then make your decision from there. Like I said, there's a lot of love here, and it's genuine. And so ultimately your heart's going to tell you what to do. But if he ain't that great, then it's okay to let this go too. But also remind yourself, if you're not that great either. You know, just because you are being generous to someone doesn't necessarily mean that you're the better friend, right? And that takes a level of honesty and self-reflection that not a lot of people want to do. That's like shadow work hard mode. But since I'm seeing a lot of this entanglement, you know, maybe your relationship with needing to feel like you're in a better position to give to people is exactly why you keep getting trapped in these dynamics with people too. So be kind, be loving, and really have a great understanding of why you're doing what you're doing and helping people, okay? Because I know you have a good heart, and I know this person has a good heart too, but let's not focus on who's right, who's wrong, who's good, who's bad, who's poor, who's whatever. Focus on, what am I getting out of this situation truly? What kind of love am I getting out of it? What kind of lessons? What kind of spiritual connection do I have, honestly, with myself within this dynamic? And then with this person and how I feel? And then leave the rest of what's going on with them to sort out, okay? Determine what you need to do to survive, what you are able to extend and offer, set your boundaries, stick to them, which, like, you know, setting a boundary isn't cutting someone out. It's basically saying, hey, if you do X, then I will do Y. That's it. Just put in that X and Y, and then that person's gonna know how they want to act and behave around you. All right, anyways, though, guys, wow. This was an intense first pile. Yeah, I apologize if I triggered anybody, but there's definitely a lot of shadow work and grounding that needs to go on between you and your bestie. But I wish you guys both the best during your situation. I wish you guys healing with your mental health, lots of abundance and flowing, and I think just letting the universe guide this is going to be the best thing for both of you. Yeah, sending you guys a lot of love right now. Be your best friend as well as the best friend to your best friend. If you enjoyed this reading, please like and subscribe. Comment down below if this resonated with you. If you are interested in booking a reading, check out the links in the description. And make sure you follow me on social media to see what kind of updates we have going on over here at mindovermania. I will see you all next time. Take care. Bye. Hello, everyone. You have chosen group number 2. Today, we are going to be figuring out what is the vibes going on between you and your bestie. We're going to check out your best friend's energy to see what they're kind of like, what's your dynamic between you and your best friend, and then we're going to get some advice and just some general tea. Right off the bat, I was feeling your best friend. When I was setting up, I felt dancer energy, breath work. Maybe this is someone who enjoys yoga, being physical. I definitely feel a flowing feminine energy to this person, but they don't necessarily need to be feminine or feminine presenting, but there's definitely a lightness to this energy. Or maybe they're a water sign. I'm feeling flowing, you know, like they know how to relax and have fun. All right, we've got the card, when we flipped it over, was blank, which is super curious too, because when I was trying to visualize your pile, group number 2, to tap into the energy, all I saw was just the top of this card blank. This is kind of strange, group number 2. Have you never had a best friend? Or maybe, is this maybe a person that you haven't met yet? I definitely feel there's a lot of mysterious energy here. Maybe this person is someone that's a bit unknown to you. So say, for example, you had a best friend growing up in elementary school, and so maybe it was kind of like, yeah, I mean, they were my best friend, but I really didn't know them that well, because when you're kids, I mean, you're still growing. You don't actually know that person that well. Or, for example, maybe this was a partner you had where you thought that they were an open book, but also at the same time a blank canvas. And I feel like you got frustrated because this person never shared what was going on inside of their head with you. Or there's some kind of like a mysteriousness to this person that you never quite understood. Group number 2, maybe you struggle with social cues a little bit. So maybe there were times with this best friend that you didn't always understand what was going on in the social dynamics between you two. And maybe that's why you're checking in on this person. But there is kind of like some kind of like a misunderstanding or a misknowing of this person's energy. I'm going to go ahead and pull some cards for your energy versus your best friend's energy. Again, though, I feel like there's something about, like, you're manifesting a future best friend. I'm not going to lie. So maybe, again, take what resonates, because this energy's a little split. But I do feel like there's like an inconsistency between what you've had in the past and what you're moving towards or desiring. And I feel like you're trying to move towards a best friend that's better for you, subjectively, At least in... Yeah, that's so funny. I heard subjectively, and I was like, okay, spirit. Maybe there's kind of an energy of like, I know what I want my best friend to look like. I know how they're gonna talk and how she's gonna walk, blah, blah, blah. And spirit's like, actually, we sent you the exact demographic of what you are against in the first place. I don't know, there's like some kind of like... I'm so excited for this pile group number 2 because there's something about this reveal. It's gonna be like some kind of like a big shocking reveal to you when you find out more about your best friend. Because there's something about like, maybe you're so oblivious about who you are to yourself and everybody else knows it, but you don't. And so then it's kind of like, well, duh, you'd be best friends with that person over there. And maybe you're like, well, normally that person's a douchebag and I'm not a douchebag. And it's like, well, your best friend would be like, well, yeah, because you're being a douchebag right now by judging me by saying I'm a douchebag. You know what I mean? Like, there's kind of like this energy of like, you just like can't stand the person that's either supposed to be your best friend or, again, like your current best friend. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Pile 2, I'm gonna kind of read this as this is like a future best friend. If it does resonate with your current bestie, which I don't think it's going to, just stick around, see what the pile has to say, because you might resonate with some of this. Because, like I said, in order for you to determine what is best friend material, you have to overcome some of these social blockages. But it almost feels like you don't know yourself, so that's why it's kind of like, even if you had like a quote-unquote best friend, I've got like this image of someone I knew in my past come to mind, where it was like, yeah, you said they were your best friend, and like you spent a lot of time together, maybe you lived together, maybe you did all the same things or had all the same, you know, hobbies and whatnot, but like you and this person were so fundamentally different that like you never felt like you could be open and honest. And like, here's the thing, it's like, they're not really your best friend if you're not vulnerable, if you're not exposed, or there's just something about it that like maybe your best friends were not good enough and other people in the past picked up on that vibe, and so they were like, oh, you're treating me like shit, when you're like, I don't know myself well enough to pick a best friend. So you're like the best option available. Or like I said, maybe you mistakenly thought someone was your best friend and then that person went like, ew, no, I'm not your best friend. And you're like, oh. You know what I mean? Like, there's kind of like this, like, constant rejection or cycle where your spirit guide keep being like, look backwards. Look at what you like to do growing up. Hey. You know what I mean? Like, stop looking at your mistakes and look at just who you are. Because it's kind of like, it's literally like watching a diva walk into a rodeo and try bull riding. And you're great at bull riding. But no, you're not going to hang out with cowboys because you're a diva. And you're like, well, maybe I like how the cowboys look and blah, 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 whatever. Like, the cowboys, the country boys don't want a city girl. You know what I mean? Like, what the heck? Yeah, it's kind of like this energy of, like, who you are is different than every single person that you've been trying to force yourself to fit into. And then you get mad at people when you're like, why did you not notice that this was Gucci? Or, like, whatever. And everyone else around you's like, because I'm not like that. And so, like, you're trying to fit in. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you guys. Maybe this pile too, you currently have a quote-unquote best friend, and as I'm talking, you're kind of like, yeah, that's kind of me. That's a little uncomfortable. And again, I feel like it's also the same with your dating relationships too. I feel like okay, so for dating partnerships, I feel like you're better with dating than, like, a best friend that's platonic, because I think you keep confusing the two. Okay? And it's like, I feel like you're the type of person that you want to date your best friend, but like I said, because you don't know who you are, you don't know the opposite of you, so you don't know how to balance yourself out. And there might be some ego stuff here too that you got to work through. Something about maybe ego death, maybe you went through that, or you need to kind of literally tell your ego, listen, stop showing up to the rodeo. If you don't like Donald Trump and you don't want to be in a MAGA place, then don't show up where all the MAGA people go. If you don't like liberal stuff, if you don't like whatever your thing is, if you don't like witchcraft, don't go to the witches market. It's very simple, you know? Like, there's definitely kind of like your spirit guides are like, No shit. All right, so for your energy, we've got write a song about it. Yeah, so something about like you need someone who inspires you to create. Okay, so maybe you are a musician, maybe you love music. Maybe there's something about like you writing a song about it. Like it's almost like I see you sitting in your room or you're sitting in the bathroom singing in the shower thinking about something and then suddenly oh, inspiration, oh my god. So you got to go find your best friend to go tell them about this new song you want to write, and your best friend should be sitting there going like, fuck yeah, go write that song, or oh hey, here, let me come up with a beat for you, or something. Like there's some kind of like an energy of like you want someone that's collaborative in some kind of a way. You need someone who sees you and says, write a song about it. You know what I mean? Like if anything, it's kind of like quit sitting here bitching about that man and go write a song about it, release it out into the wind, and like this is kind of how you are in your relationships with your best friends. Maybe you felt like a burden in the past. Maybe because either people couldn't stand your brilliance or vice versa. Maybe it was like you were too caught up in your own little world. And so you couldn't let people inside the doors to your heart and soul because you were like, well, this person's not worthy. And so maybe there's some barriers and boundaries that you do need to reflect on. But I think those reflections and barriers are there for a reason. And so that's why I think, like I said, take what resonates. But like I said, if you keep showing up to a MAGA rodeo when that's not where you're supposed to be, then you're going to be having a much harder time manifesting a person that's going to be crap about what you're trying to do and create. You know? So it's kind of like, don't fight the flow, go with it. And there's something about like you being reluctant to express yourself vulnerably in some kind of a way because you're kind of afraid of exposing yourself to not just others, but yourself. Gosh, I don't know what the heck is going to come out of this. You guys are just going to pop open and be very, very different than you are now. I am by your side. Yeah! Oh my gosh, like, so you guys, you're the bestie that says, like, I'm your ride or die. You know what I mean? You're like the person that's like, doesn't matter where you live, how far away you are, I am by your side. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not over there talking to whoever. You're the first person I come to with these problems. You're the first person that I trust when it comes to dealing with a situation. But like, it kind of feels like it's been one-sided for so long that you're kind of just like, that's what a best friend does, is I'm by your side. Yeah. Hurrah. Like you've just been so drained by the one-sidedness that it's kind of like, okay, I'm always on your side, but if I ever get ahead of you, are you going to leave me behind? Like there's kind of like an energy of like you're afraid to step into your power because that means all these other people are not going to be by your side anymore. And to me, it's like good luck. All I'm going to say to you is good luck because it's kind of like to me like, is it going to be that bad if, like I said, with the cowboys and the diva, like, you need like a real cowboy, not a fake cowboy. Because real cowboys don't give a crap about who you are. And it's kind of like you're keeping people beside you that would be repelling your best friend. Yeah. Yeah. That I think that needed to be said because it's kind of like, oh, like future bestie is kind of like looking back at you and being like, why are you still with them? Like, for real. Why are you still like I heard something about like smoking that or doing whatever, and it's kind of like they're like, okay, come on, get up, let's not do this anymore. We're by your side, we're waiting. This is a solid plan. Yeah, so I feel like you, group number 2, you like to have plans. You like to have boundaries. You like to make sure things are solid. So like when you're in a relationship with a best friend or even a partner, you like making sure that there is a goal, that people are future oriented. So say, for example, you're like, all right, I want to make sure that I'm planning for a trip to Europe. So you're like, okay, we're going to plan this a year in advance. We're going to budget. We're going to talk as a group. And it's like, things don't need to be perfect, but it's like, you need to be able to deal with the bumps in the road, kind of like what happened, where it's like, okay, you like being able to rely on someone else where, hey, if the flight changes last minute, they're not going to freak out. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you are maybe super attached to the idea of where you want your relationships to go. and what your expectation level is. And I think that like might be what's changing up on you a little bit with this future best friend. Yeah, I'm gonna continue on your energy because it's like whatever's coming, I don't want to spoil it. Okay, so we've got, these cards don't have names, by the way, but we've got a woman who has her finger in the air, she's on an iceberg that's slowly melting, and she's by herself. She seems rigid and cold. Yeah, I do feel like you have a, not a temper, but you have a way of just being like, maybe you used to scold your friends in the past, or maybe you're kind of just like, I know what's best, or I keep telling you over and over and over again, don't talk about this situation, don't do this, don't go over there, don't blah, 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 blah. And you're like running yourself in circles being like, why doesn't this crowd get it? And it's like, because you're used to that. You're used to like literally being the only person on your iceberg and burning through relationships because, yeah, you are a little too self-critical, but like I said, it's like, for some reason, I'm seeing Regina George from Once Upon a Time, where it's kind of like, yeah, if you're like the mayor of a town, you have certain vibes that you gotta keep up, but you don't want to be the evil queen. And I feel like to some people, you've been the evil queen in the past, and you're like, I don't care. But it's kind of like, hey, like, get off the iceberg, you know what I mean? Like, you don't need to be cold, especially in a relationship that's supposed to be your best friend. You know what I mean? And I think you've just kind of taken this attitude for so long in a certain way that you became that nag from your needs not being met. And I don't blame you, but in order to kind of shift out of this energy, you're going to have to let go of some of this to let your bestie in, because your bestie's not going to put up with that finger wagging. They're going to be like, no, I'm going to check you, right? But I think it's going to be okay because you love your best friend. And your best friend's going to show you why, hey, cool the vibes. You know what I mean? Like, and I think, like, again, you see this business suit, it's kind of like you've just been very stiff. I feel like you've been taught to have a stiff upper lip. So, like, when you meet your best friend, it's gonna be like the waterworks, you know? Okay, we've got, like, this girl who's kind of punk. We've got the FU in the back with spray paint. Yeah, I definitely feel you're kind of in a rebellious phase, either right now or you have been in the past, with smoking, drinking. Yeah, I see, like, this kind of interesting dynamic between, yeah, she's, like, the fighter, something about fighter pilot, maybe someone's a pilot and likes to fly, but there's, like, this fighter energy that doesn't care, and then there's the strict other person. So maybe you had very strict parents, and then you rejected everything. Then we've also got the stress, anxiety-driven woman. So I think that's what is kind of tying these two versions of you, is because you keep getting stressed out, swinging back and forth, and specifically in your relationships, you know, relationships and partnerships stress you out because it's like, this is like your best friend. And you're like, oh my God, my best friend. Where's my best friend? You know what I mean? And it's kind of like you're stressing yourself out when you don't need to be. You know, maybe something happened to you in your past that, you know, you got abandoned by people before. And so the idea of even having a best friend or a spouse is like terrifying to you, and there's something like the cat's kind of looking at you, get a grip. Jeez. You know what I mean? It's kind of funny. But also at the same time, I kind of feel like you judge yourself a little bit too much. Because there seems to be some work that needs to be done here, you know? Again, with this solid plan, it's like, if you already are a planner, then why are you stressed? Right, bestie? Right? Okay, I feel like this is supposed to be reversed, but we've got woman holding a coin in reverse. And we've got the Angel of Strength upright. Yeah, so 50 and 42 might be significant. For some reason, the 42, I was like, whoa. Don't know what the energy is with that. Maybe those are ages of somebody, or maybe there's like something with like the 50, it's like a golden year anniversary. So maybe, you know, maybe you're kind of feeling like, well, my best friend, future best friend is going to be my spouse, you know, which could be a possibility. We're not sure here. But with the Angel of Strength, I mean, one of the cool things about you guys, pal number 2, I'm looking at that line and I'm like, holy cow. I feel like you got some serious lion energy. You're packing some heat. Yeah, I think that might be why you're terrifying to people, because it's like, you know, you have the strength card in you. You've got this angel and a lion going on. And you aren't taking no for an answer. Like I said, like, it went from like the diva and the cowboy scenario where everyone's like, oh, well, she's wearing pink, she's wearing heels, I don't care, blah, blah, blah. And then they watch you, like, bull riding, and they go, holy shit. Like, these cowboys are like, huh. And then you're sitting there going, like, yeah, I did that. Okay, so who wants to date me? Who wants to, like, be my friend? And, like, all the cowboys left the room, or they started drinking and talking shit, because they see that lion, or that tiger in you, and they're just like, all they can do is talk smack, because they don't have anything else. Like, they know you make more money than them, they know you're smarter than them, and they know you know it. They know you're attractive, so they can't do anything to hurt you. And maybe they have in the past, like, I feel like maybe people talk shit, but, like, I feel like a lot of people kind of know better. There's, like, with this halo of this angel, I feel like you're so divinely protected, people just kind of know not to fuck with you. Yeah, maybe your cussing scares them too. Especially when you start getting going, because it's like, oh no, that lion's coming out, and she's a lioness, or she's a beast. Yeah, maybe there's some kind of like an animalistic primal energy to you, where it's like, it's kind of sexy, but also like, I don't know, I'm just feeling a lot of fear here. And maybe you kind of enjoy that strength. But, you know, trying to make people fearful of you, even when they're friends, isn't okay either. Take what resonates. Woman holding a coin in reverse, I do feel like you are conservative with your funds right now, or you're too lax with them. I do feel like looking at like this woman, the way she's dressed, I'll hold it up to the camera. Yeah, she definitely is posh. So I feel like you do like to take care of your appearance, and I feel like you like nice things. You might be materialistic, and I almost see you holding this coin. Not for dear life, but I feel like you're kind of scared of, like, opening yourself back up again, because you're like, hey, I'm pretty strict with how I spend my money. I know what I deserve and what I don't deserve. And if you're not treating me right, then yeah, I'm going to pull back my money and my funding. And I feel like you gotta kind of ease up a little bit on this thinking, because it's kind of like you're flourishing, but not that well. And I think your body says it. So maybe there's something about, like, you haven't been taking care of yourself. So maybe you're overweight or underweight, or like, it's like, yeah, you have money, but you haven't been spending it on living life, you know? So it's like, okay, yeah, maybe my house looks cute and my essentials are met, but like, are my essentials being met? Like, if I'm spending more money on decorating my apartment versus buying healthy food that will help support my physical health, my mental health, my spiritual health, then there's a priority shift that needs to happen here. And I feel like maybe your best friends in the past kind of saw that reflected in you. And the unfortunate part of the world is, you know, we really judge people by what they look like, first and foremost, and how that person is going to look by their side. And I feel like maybe you got caught up in some of that, where you just got so frustrated with, like, keeping up with appearances, or you're very big about appearances and other people weren't. And there's some kind of like an authenticity that you kind of misrepresented or misunderstood in other people. I think because of all this rebelliousness, because of this swinging back and forth with control, you have a hard time distinguishing who's dressing nice because they're keeping up an appearance, or who's keeping up with themselves, right? And so it's like self-care keeps swinging back and forth, and this, like, I'm by your side. I think you need to reassure yourself that you are by your side. And there's no shame in that. That should be step number one, and that shouldn't be a bad thing. But I think when you are by your side, I think you're going to really welcome this person in. It's almost going to be like hands down. Like, this person, pile number 2, I can't wait to do your reading, because I'm like, this person's going to blow your mind. Okay? It's going to be like, this person's going to open up your world in so many different possibilities and ways, simply by you just being yourself and them being themselves. And I feel like there's something about, like, you're hot, this person knows it, and they want you to know that you're hot. Okay? And this isn't even like, when I'm talking about being hot, like, this kind of feels like this isn't just about sexuality. This is a very neutral, like, no, this is a fundamental fact. You are a hot person, but so am I. Because hot people stick together. And by hot, like, yeah, there's sexuality here, but, like, I'm looking at my candles. Like, look at how bright that's shining in the camera. Right? When you're looking at a flame, it's kind of mesmerizing when you're looking at it. Fire is destructive. Fire has energy. Fire has passion. You are bright. You are strong. You are a little intimidating. There's all these things packaged into one. And I think I just had to giggle because like this person's just like, I feel like this person's a big complimenter. If not verbally, maybe pleasure-wise. Like I said, it's kind of weird because it's like I keep feeling like there's two different energies with either this person's going to be a romantic partner and a best friend, or this is going to be a strictly platonic best friend. But this best friend's like, so we don't need to have sex with each other to be hot, right? Like it's almost like maybe you do boudoir photo shoots together, or maybe, yeah, like there's kind of like a, you guys like showing off your light and your hotness and your strength. You know what I mean? Like a lion or a tiger. I don't know why, for some reason, I keep feeling like tiger is more important than lion here. Tiger resonates, but I'm not sure what's up with that. But like this tiger energy of literally being like, we blend right in, but we're like, yeah. Like there's like a feline power, feminine presence that's just so alluring that both you and your best friend have. And oh my god, like people are going to be like, even if you're not doing each other, people are going to want to see you two do each other. That's what I'm saying. Like these, like this is it. This is the big reveal. Okay. I'm hyping this up, but I'm just like, oh my gosh. Like, I think this person's so looking forward to seeing you. Maybe they've been waiting a long time as well for this kind of union. But there's something that's going to be so shocking and unexpected about your connection. You have no idea. Like, maybe you didn't realize, or you didn't respond to this person's advance at first. It's kind of like, I don't want to say diamond in the rough, but there's something about like, because you lost yourself, when you get yourself back, you're going to go, oh my god, that was my person the whole time. Best friend, come here. Like, you know what I mean? And I think like you're just going to like lose it. You're going to lose it. I'm sorry. You're respected by others. Yeah, so something about your best friend. You're... Wow. Your best friend group number 2. There's something, like, if you got lion energy, this person's got lioness energy. Like, there is, like, this, like, ooh. Like, they are respected by people. Like, this is the kind of person that has the friends that if you cheated on them or you did something horrible to this person, their friends would eat you alive. They'd burn down your house. Like, I wouldn't say am I exaggerating, because I don't feel like you'd do this to your best friend or to a person in general, but like this is kind of the energy of like, you don't mess with this person, but that's why they love and respect you so much. Like there's so much mutual respect going on here where it's literally they're like, they saw where you came from, they see how you fight, they see how you do things. There's something about with fighting too, it's like, it's not necessarily about physical fighting. I mean, they could be a fighter, but this really feels like the fighting energy of like, I'm fighting for better, I'm fighting for truth, I'm fighting for my beliefs and my goals, and this person has so much respect for you. Like, I don't know if you've both gone through, maybe not similar things in life, but you have a very similar grace about life where you understand that you didn't end up here for no reason, and I feel like you might be a little distrusting about this person at first because you need to have faith that you deserve a person like this. I feel like I said, like, in the past, you know, you were so used to controlling other people that when you're around another person, like, this person's going to react to controlling behavior with a And that's why I think, like, when you start healing and the self-work and release the self-doubt, when you're around this person, you know, at first they're going to see the red flags, but then they're going to see your true light shine through, and then it's going, oh, okay. You know, I feel like they're the type of person that will respectfully put your tiara back on your head, but they're not going to put up with your bullshit. And maybe sometimes that scares you, but I feel like you're not going to be afraid when this person does that. You're literally going to be like, oh my god, thank god for you mentioning my tiara wasn't straight. You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of like such a mutual respecting energy and loving with boundaries that you're going to go, wow, how did I ever put up with that BS in the past? Blame their brain. Yeah, I feel like, so this person may have like a mental health issue of some kind, or maybe you do, or both of you do, but there's something about like maybe this person likes psychology, but there's something about this person that they're very truth-based, and they're very much understanding of the limitations of the human mind. So, like, for example, maybe you just got out of an addiction or you were struggling with something, and then this person's just like, oh yeah, your brain's just doing that. And, like, they respect the fact that, yeah, maybe you have autism, maybe you have a learning disability, maybe you got out of a bad situation or you've been dating these people because it reflected your parents. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this person's done the work, they've gone to therapy, they've let go of the stuff from the past, and so, like, if you're still struggling with something, you can be honest with this person. And I mean, like, really honest. Like, this person feels like, oh my gosh, yeah, I went through that a couple years ago too, and, like, you know, you're gonna feel so seen and heard by this person, but, like, not afraid, if that makes any sense. Like, there's something about the warmth and strength from this person that you're gonna go, oh my gosh, you see me, you get me. Okay, so this was a blank card. Yeah, so maybe I find that super ironic too, because it's like, you got this card, and they got a blank card too. So it's almost like maybe this person hasn't figured themselves out. Maybe they haven't figured out that you're their best friend. Or maybe they have figured you out. I don't know. There's some kind of like a self-discovery process that maybe your best friend needs to go through too. Like, maybe in childhood they weren't allowed to be themselves. And so now they're creating their own. It's kind of like I'm seeing like a Build-A-Bear or Build-A-Best Friend. Oh my gosh, Build-A-Bear, that's so cute. But literally, I see this person being like, all right, I'm going to build myself up. And then, like, eventually they look over here and they go, oh my god! And, like, they're kind of like, I want to build I'm going to make my Build-A-Bear just like my best friend. Or it's kind of like, I literally see it like, I mentioned this in an other reading too, but it's literally like, I imagine, like, your best friend, or you doing this, but it seems more like your best friend. Your best friend sitting there going like, I'm feeling really down. So, like, they decide to, like, paint a portrait of something, and they're just like, yeah, and they're really in the groove, or, like, maybe they're writing a song, or maybe they're writing a novel, and, like, they immediately describe you, and they don't know you yet, but, like, literally they're like, this is my all-time best friend, and blah, 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 and they, like, paint you on a canvas, and then, like, there's gonna be a day where you show up to their house, and you see the canvas, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, this is, like, literally, like, really dorky, like, it's gonna be maybe a little weird and creepy. I have a feeling, like, you guys are gonna have so much in common that it's gonna get to a point where you're like, oh. And it's not gonna feel that weird at first. I mean, maybe it will over time, because I feel like maybe you're the kind of group that freaks out about this stuff, and you're gonna go, wait, is this all a lie? Is this person manipulating? And like, it's more so this person's just a muse, or they're a channeler, or they're just somebody who's just really, really good and perceptive. And with that blame their brain, it's kind of like, don't blame this person for knowing what they want and manifesting it, because I feel like it's kind of like, it's so cute. This person's like, well, it's always been you. Since the beginning of time, since always. Like, blame my brain and blame your brain for not working right, and why this didn't maybe work out the first time, or maybe it didn't come to fruition fast enough for you, but it's like, holy cow, like, they've always known. You know? They've always known it's been you, so wow, that's really cool. Yeah, I feel like you're gonna cry when you meet this person, because you're gonna go, best friend, bestie! I don't know why, like, Regina George showed up in my head for a moment with Once Upon a Time. Yeah, because maybe it's like you were the evil villain or the evil queen for so long, and then Snow White comes in and says, hey, I forgive you. And instead of being evil and terrible, you suddenly just go, Henry. Sorry, I'm watching Once Upon a Time right now, so it's all fresh. If you want this promotion, you gotta put in the work, yeah. I think that's just more confirmation that, like, you know, if you want to manifest this best friend, you have to do the work. Like, there is no ands, ifs, or buts about it. And, like, this have to do the work, it's almost like there's this pressure that it's kind of like, you can't have access to this version of your life in this person until you elevate the heck out of your life. You know what I mean? And I'm kind of reluctant to say it that way, because I think some of you guys need, like, a reality check about who this person is. You know what I mean? It's kind of like literally sitting there being like, you're not gonna obtain this level of like wealth, power, influence, whatever by sitting on your butt and just lighting candles. Like, this is gonna take dedication, and this person knows you. They get you. They got where they're at for a reason, and they're gonna pull you along, but they're not gonna carry you through it. They're gonna support you, and that's why I think, like, in order for you to get at the same level as this person, you need to catch up a bit. Both emotionally and spiritually, okay? Because to me, it's like, it doesn't feel financial. Like, I feel like there's financial abundance between both of you, but there's something about the way this person moves and thinks. They are more fast-paced than you, okay? Or there's some sort of, like, whatever this piece of you haven't figured out yet, they've mastered this, okay? And so they're your opposite in some kind of way. Like, again, you're complementary. Like, I see, like, the two bunnies. You know what I mean? The two bunnies are, like, conspiring together. And so it's kind of like, this person's used to the office versus this person's used to being on the street. There's something about, like, this person's maybe a bit more social or savvy about something. Maybe this person's better with technology, or this person kind of, like, can read the room clearer than you can, versus you're the psychic perceptive one. Or vice versa. Maybe this person's more psychically perceptive than you. Yeah, okay, actually, yes, I do feel like this person's a bit more psychically perceptive than you. I'm not gonna lie. It's just gonna come out differently than how you're used to. And so it's kind of like, literally, like, I see your best friend being like, they know you're gonna call them before you call them. And before you even, it's almost like you're gonna, like, wow, this is incredibly crazy. This person's got some psychic abilities, man. Like, I'm sitting here, like, I imagine the scenario of, like, there's you, pile number 2, where you're like, you're having a bad day, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna call my best friend to ask, can I come over to go cry on their couch, or cry at his place and get a hug, and blah, blah, blah. And, like, your person knows, like, 5 minutes before the phone call that you're gonna be showing up at their house. You know what I mean? And it's almost like this person is very, very patient, because it's almost like they see things so rapidly happening before they do, that, like, they're kind of, like, almost at a point where they're like, how did you not intuitively know just to come over to my house and I'll be here? You know what I mean? Like, I do feel like this person is kind of, like, so telepathic, or so kind of advanced in that realm, that they're kind of like, why haven't you caught up to this point? But they're very patient and understanding with it. You know what I mean? So it's like, don't feel bad if you're not on this person's level right away. I feel like because you've been through trauma, this person's been through trauma, it's kind of like, okay, so maybe you're emotionally lopsided in some ways. This person compensates for it with, like, maybe they drink too much. You know what I mean? Like, there's kind of like a give and take here. Another thing about your best friend is, I care about what you have to say. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, like, maybe there's something, like, you have found yourself in a lot of relationships where you're just, like, talking to yourself about things. Like, maybe, like I said, with, like, the songwriting thing, you're kind of sitting there being like, yeah, I'm, like, singing songs in my bathroom and doing it to myself. Meanwhile, like, your best friend's like, you have a song idea? Why didn't you call me? Why didn't you just, like, come over to my house and sing it for me? Like, let's talk about it right now. Like, and literally, it's, like, kind of like, oh my gosh, like, this is... I'm sorry, I'm giggling because this is so cute. It's literally like your best friend keeps saying, like, why did you think of just doing this by yourself? Why wasn't your first thought, come here and show me? Because I want to see your soul. Like, who is this person, group number 2? Like, I'm kind of like, guys, make sure you comment down below when you meet this person, because I'm like, is this person real? Like, literally, like I said, it's like, it's literally this expectation of this person's like, why would you ever conceive not telling me something? You know, like, there's, like, that much level of trust here. Or it's kind of like, maybe at first this person might get offended to be like, wait, that's what you were self-conscious about this whole time? You didn't tell me that you had an eating disorder? Why didn't you say that from the beginning? Like, it's kind of like this person has been such in a flow state of being so truthful and direct and honest as themselves. And I don't know if this person's, like, a musician, or they're used to, like, being in relationships with people where they're so unapologetically themselves that they kind of forgot what it was like to be... I don't know if this person's famous, but they're around people a lot. And they chose you specifically because they see you for who you are. And they care about what you have to say. And I think you're just going to be so blown away, like, what? You care about what and this person's like, yeah, chop chop. You know what I mean? They're like, no shit, you wouldn't be my friend if I didn't think that. So what are we doing? What are you doing down in yourself? They're not going to give you that hard of a time. But still, though, they're kind of just like, hey, okay, let's do it. Let's do it right now. Like, they're very, like, in the moment, spontaneous people, which may drive you a little nuts because of that controlling energy. That's why you're going to have to let some of that go, because it's like, this person, they know how to roll, right? They're like kind of a rolling stone, rock and roll. Maybe not rock and roll. I'm not feeling maybe rock energy, but it's more of like this person's like, let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. I've got plenty of life to live. And there's so many people in my life that they're going to prioritize you, but they do have to keep it moving because of what they're doing and what their goals are. Life is so beautiful and amazing. Embrace it. Yeah. Like, you're going to feel so great around this person because they're just going to be like a relief in your life because they have this attitude. It's like, I feel like you kind of lost your zest for life, or maybe this person did too. And there's something about like the life is so beautiful and amazing, embrace it. Like this person, like, I think what's really cool about this person, they embrace that. They live that to the fullest. Like this person's like, I don't know if this is like a dream person or like, that's my dream girl. That's my dream boy. That's like, they really embrace themselves fully and authentically. So when they saw you, they're like, and they like want to like hold you and hug you. But like specifically, like I feel like, you know, if you've been touch deprived, this person's gonna be cuddling you every night until you feel better. Like they're literally gonna be like, you're amazing. Like I'm looking at like you're so beautiful and amazing, and like, wow, this person really loves you. Yeah, that like this is like such best friend vibe. Like it's just so, I don't want to say unconditional, but it's so just wow. Like the vibes of just the friendship surpass sex. You know what I mean? That's kind of what this feels like. It's like, to me, it's like, talk about marrying your best friend. Wow. We've got think bigger. Yeah, I feel like this person's a big picture thinker. I feel like they're going to encourage you to think about more than just like your crappy small town, or like there's something about like you both know how to uplift each other to say, oh, well, hey, if you're doing this, then why don't we just work on this together? Or like, oh, shoot, why didn't you say that you knew how to do this? You know, like there's kind of like this energy of like, maybe you've been trapped in a certain kind of situation. And so since this person learned about the resources over here, they're like, oh, well, I can't help you with that, but I got a guy over here who knows how to do that. And then you come over there and then you blow that person's mind. Like, it's kind of like when you get integrated with this best friend, I feel like the community's going to welcome you with such willing arms. I feel like they're going to be suspicious because maybe you saw, okay, these people saw this person get hurt. Or there's something about like with this respect, like they very much respect you at the same time, but they kind of respect your best friend more. Again, take what resonates, but I think it's because they trust your best friend more than you, especially at the start. But I think like as like you prove yourself, they're going to go, oh my gosh, this is the perfect fit. I can see why they're best friends. And so like, it's going to be a beautiful symbiotic relationship where you're going to not just help your bestie, but you're going to be embraced by this community. And this community is going to love you so hard. Right? Like, with this thing bigger, it's kind of like sitting there being like, that's why this person gets offended by you not coming to them, like, right away, because they're like, you're like family, like you're like my other piece, you're my missing piece. Why did you ever think that you couldn't say that? And I think because this person's, maybe their survival mechanism is being around people and community, so this may be more foreign to you, because they can pick up on the social cues, versus you're like, floundering. You know, and I don't think all of that's your fault either, but like I said, the secret piece of you is going to be an important reveal. We've got storm warning. Yeah, so there's something about like, this is a caution warning with your best friends. So some of you guys might be thinking about a person that's already in your life. Just take this as a warning to only take what resonates. This is kind of like a big red flag to those of you that are trying to project a certain person from your past. This is a future best friend. I don't think you've met this person yet, which take what resonates, but there's some kind of an energy of like you need to completely detach that old version of your past self in order to look to this future person. Okay? Because with the storm warning, I feel like you, group number 2, are going to get really, really confused if you intermesh old past relationships or past versions of yourself with this person. Okay? Because, like, say, for example, say this is a famous person, okay? And you really get along with this person. And you try bringing in your ex-boyfriend's BS, they don't have time for that. If you start acting insecure or start talking shit in a certain kind of tone, you're done. Right? And I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm saying this because, like, you're creating storms and self-sabotaging in shit that doesn't need to involve you. Okay? Take what resonates, but there's kind of just like, you have to pass through the storm to get here. Because this person passed through that very same storm to get where they're at. And they know you have it in you, but like I said, they're not going to do the work for you. Think bigger. Look at the issue you have with your current person. Look at the issue you have with your family and friends. Is this worth sacrificing this future? No. 9 times out of 10, no. Maybe this person is kind of a mess right now. You can't say that this is going to change. Until you clear this out, until you weather this storm, you're never going to know who this person is. Okay? And maybe they're not famous yet. Maybe this is an oncoming person. We don't know. But the respect is more important. Because here's the thing with very successful people. Respect goes beyond what your financial value is, regardless of what's going on. Like, people spend a lot of time, money, and energy into building and creating things that are valuable to lots of people. So if you kind of come in with this clouded energy, it's going to backfire really hard. Especially with, like I said, these people, this person has friends that will, like, harm you if they think that you're being a certain kind of way towards them. So take charge of your life, because, like it's kind of funny because I said this, but I don't think you guys are scared, because I think you kind of know what vibe you're pulling. And I think, like I said, like a lion and a tiger, lion and tigers and bears, oh my. Bears, oh my gosh, I was just imagining, yeah. Yeah, maybe you have some bears in your life. Alright, so we've got the, I don't know why, this is kind of rock star energy. You got the party, the guy that's drinking, topless, with all the girls in the back. Yeah, maybe this person had a bit of a party streak when they were younger. Maybe they're gonna shed some light about your own past, maybe with either judging this person, or maybe, for example, like, you had a drinking and partying phase, and so they're like, hey, time to cut that act out. But I'm seeing, like, the girls in the back, like, I kind of feel like, so, like, for example, I'm seeing the guy looking this way, but then the girls watching him. It kind of feels like you're romanticizing a bad boy that isn't a good person. Okay? And I think that really, really turns this best friend energy off, because I feel like your best friend's like, why in the hell would I entertain this person in your space? Like, literally, they're sitting here like, are you kidding me? I don't have access to my best friend because you are still pining over a jerk, someone who literally manipulated and used you, who treats other people like crap. You know, and it's kind of like weird, because maybe you both kind of have this judgmental energy towards, like, that rock star vibe. Again, I don't know why rock star energy kind of comes through. Like I said, if this person's famous or popular, it just feels like there's something you don't understand about this person's past that they went through that caused them to turn away from this lifestyle. Okay? And so maybe, for example, you're like, hey, you know, why don't we use our money to go out and have some fun or do this, this, and this? Meanwhile, they have strict boundaries against it. It could be this person too. Maybe they went through recovery. And so when they say no drinking, like, they will cut you off so fast if you try inviting them to a bar. You know what I mean? I do see, like, this person knows their worth and their value and their time. And so that's why they're like, I am not dealing with alcoholics. I am not dealing with this kind of crazy party energy. Now, like, this person has fun. Like, you guys are going to have so much fun, but it's going to be significantly cleaner and safer than maybe anything you've ever been to. Like, this is the person that, like, if they're sober, they'll take you out somewhere safe. So, like, rather than, like, going to, like, maybe a shady nightclub or something, maybe they'll take you to a classy bar or a classy place to go dancing. And they're like, yeah, I'll buy you a drink, I won't drink. And then if you get drunk and pass out, the bestie's going to catch you and whatever. Now, this person's probably not going to want to do that all the time, but if it's like a wedding or if it's like whatever and they're there to support you, I mean, like, yeah, they want you to have fun and they want you to let loose safely. But I do feel like this person has a strict boundary with drinking. I'm not going to lie. Or substance use, or there's some kind of a trauma. With like the fire too, I also feel like maybe this person had to really burn some bridges with some people and set some clear boundaries about being like, no, I'm not letting that stuff in there. And too, like something with like the girl in the background too. Maybe this person has an ex that they're thinking about. Maybe they've got girls watching them. And this bestie's gender neutral. It could be either way, but I do feel like there's kind of this energy of like, there's people watching them. And maybe there's girls that are like, when you become their best friend, there's people that are going to be jealous. Or they're going to be like, I'm seeing like these two people fighting back here. They're going to be arguing over your relationship. And other people are going to be like stirring this drama. And you're going to be like, what the heck? This person's going to walk you through it. But I feel like there's this energy of like, they're watching you. No matter what the heck they're doing, their eyes are on you. Okay? And that's what I want you to understand about your best friend is like, I feel like you're going to go through times of doubt in your relationship with this person because you're like, oh, well, clearly this person is going to want this girl over here. I don't know if you're like, that's like a bimbo in the back and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Maybe you're like really self-conscious, but like, your best friend only has eyes for you. And it's going to be so apparent to everybody, everywhere you go, that I think that insecurity is going to go away really quickly. You know what I mean? This is not going to be like in the past. You're not going to have to chase for this person's attention. Basically, this person's going to be like, nope, that's my best friend. That's them. It's over. You know what I mean? There is literally physically nothing that's going to be able to stop me from getting from here to my best friend's house. And if you are, like literally, I see like your bestie, guy or girl, I'm literally like, this person's like Walking Dead style. Like, I'm getting from here through that city full of zombies if it means getting back to my best friend and my friends and family. You know what I mean? Because it's like, yeah, they prioritize their community and their family, but they're also choosing you to bring you into all of that because they know that you have the same protectiveness of their family, of their friends, of this other stuff that's going on. And I think they really, really respect and value that for you and for them. Like, for example, like this person in the back, like I can literally see like, okay, if this person fell over drunk or whatever, like they maybe saw you picking somebody up, right, when they were down, or like being like, yeah, hey, you stood up to something when it wasn't right. And they're like, holy cow. Like, they're like, these people are blown away. Like, you didn't follow the crowd. And so the level of respect people have for you, and this person's just like, I'm just seeing them smiling because they're kind of just like, yeah, that's my best friend. That's my diva bestie. That, like, it's so funny too because it's like, I don't know if this person's a diva. Maybe they're secretly a diva. It feels like this is more of like a secret diva than like an open diva. Because, like, I think they get to live their diva through you. Again, maybe if this is like a more masculine person, because they can't maybe appear as openly feminine, they get to live vicariously through you. But then also too, like, this is the kind of person that's like, so like, say this is like a male best friend or a gay best friend, and you're like, hey, so like, you want to go to the spa later? And like, can we just like pretend to be a couple so you don't feel bad? And it's like, I feel like this person, you know, they feel straight, but it's kind of like the idea of like, yeah, I'm gonna take my bestie to go to a spa. I don't care. I like going to the spa too. And so it's kind of like you guys get to like do things together that's mutually beneficial, where it's like, wow, you're like the first girl that ever invited me to the spa. You know, it's kind of like, it's not like this person can't authentically do those things on their own. I feel like this person's very confident and independent, but it's the fact that nobody asked. It's like, to me, like, oh my gosh, maybe I'm imposing myself a little bit here, but I'm literally sitting here being like, what do you mean no one's asked you to the spa? What do you mean nobody did this? Like, I literally see you walking up to this person being like, excuse me, she didn't do what now? He didn't do what now? You mean people are allowing this bull? You know what I mean? I feel like you're just gonna really blow this person's mind and be like, where the heck have you been? Why has no one picked up? Like, what do you mean you went through XYZ? You're so amazing, you know? Yeah, I feel like you're nothing like what this person's ever seen before, and I think the feelings are very mutual between you two. Yeah, I was looking at the chest too. It's like you make this person's like heart glow. Sorry, this reading's going on a little longer than I intended, but like I hope you guys appreciate this message, because this person could just talk about you or to you for hours. They're just chomping at the bit. Finally, we've got this hamster wheel running, worrying, whatever. I do feel like this person kind of is on a hamster grind right now. Maybe they're trying to make money. Maybe at this current moment in time, they're really stressed out. Like, I'm seeing like the heart on this inner child just feels very, very overwhelmed and lost. So maybe one of the things your best friend is probably going to struggle with is, I think they are an overthinker and overplanner. Again, I see like this heartache girl in the background. Someone really rejected your best friend. Like, I don't know, like I'm seeing like this kid at school, maybe they struggled in school and people thought they were stupid, or like there's kind of this energy of like maybe they were very smart and nobody took them seriously, or like they worked so hard, but then girls didn't like them. I don't know, there's some kind of like maybe this person's very smart, but I see them very much focused on their studies. And so I feel like they just kind of get overwhelmed. Like, for example, like this missile going off in the air. Maybe they're like afraid of what's going on in politics right now. Maybe they're very affected by that. With like the death over here, maybe there's like a lot of fears and anxieties. Yeah. Getting yelled at. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff that maybe this person went through. And so like you kind of calm their brain. I do feel like you're going to help this person navigate this. And so like they're going to take what resonates, but I feel like you're maybe going to cause this person to stop drinking even. Maybe like before they meet you, they stop and then they see you and they realize, oh my gosh, all of this hamster wheel was causing me to drink. And like, because this person's really big on psychology and other stuff, like they couldn't see it in themselves, or they just, like, you were the missing piece that made it all so abundantly clear, being like, oh, well, yeah, because I was by myself handling all this. You know? And I feel like they're going to help you manage yourself too, but it's like there's something about like the way you balance each other out that maybe you're really good at identifying what issues they have, and they go, oh my gosh, duh. And then they help you with the actual managing part. So, and managing situations and stuff. Yeah, but the blame their brain, yeah, I think it's like you do need to let go of being like, hey, if this person's overcoming an addiction or starting to develop an addiction or something like that, I think it's like their spirit's just trying to warn you, please don't throw this relationship away. This is something really good for you. Don't go away from this person, because when you think on the bigger end of things, there's so much more going on here for you. Again, life is beautiful, amazing, embrace it. And it's like something about like this person's just like, you're so beautiful and amazing. Life is like, you bring so much life to this person. Oh my gosh, I want to cry. Okay. I need to start wrapping this reading up. It's taking too long. But I'm gonna pull a card to kind of get messages from the universe. It's almost like, I know you want to know more information about this person, but I think it's like you don't need to. And I feel like, you know, if you want to know about the blockages, it's like this is coming. This is inevitable. You already know what you need to work on. So what I'm going to focus on is, what is this missing piece? Let's get into that final big reveal of what is this missing piece of you that you need to bring out in order to attract your bestie. Wow, did you hear that? Did you hear that notification? Ooh. Wow. Okay, we're gonna show you that picture. You've got a pig with a milkshake sitting on top of a burger and fries. Wow, this is really sad energy, guys. Um, there's just so much shame here. Like, you feel so unworthy of this person. You can't even comprehend it. I'm like, you literally think you're a pig? Like, you don't feel like you're a person? You feel like you're fat and ugly? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm seeing like the pig drinking the milkshake, and it's like there's something that there's like, you're so ashamed and feel like a burden to everybody. And it's like I'm seeing like the McDonald's, and it's almost like you're ashamed because you eat at McDonald's, or you ate at McDonald's a couple times, or like you're struggling to take care of yourself. Yeah, I'm seeing like the legs, like maybe you think your legs are fat and ugly. Wow. Oh my gosh, guys. Um I just want to let you know that your best friend is so right about you. You are so lovely and amazing and beautiful. You have such a beautiful heart space. And I really hope you learn to treat yourself better, because this is not what anybody else sees at all. Okay? And I'm very sorry and ashamed that anyone ever treated you this way or made you feel like this. And I see, you're trying. Maybe you're trying to gain weight. Maybe you're trying to lose weight. Don't don't expect anybody to love you for through this external lens. People already see who you are. People are going to judge you no matter what, but like, look at the person that you're up against. Look at that person who judges people that treat others poorly. Do you really think that your best friend's gonna see this when they look at you? I can tell you absolutely without a doubt, no. Please go back and rewatch this reading so you understand that you are more than what you eat. You're more than being overwhelmed, than what you're being overwhelmed by. It's okay that it's going to take some practice and time to get healthy again, to get better. But understand that you need to see yourself as a human being first, not as an animal, not as a dork, not as the other. You are beautiful and amazing as yourself. Heal from the resentment, heal from the burdens of others, and let this go. You're so beautiful and amazing for exactly who you are. And I can't wait to see who you become on outside on the other side of this. because you are loved so much for who you are, what you look like, exactly as you look like right now, regardless of what stage of fitness you're at, regardless of what your health is or healthcare is like right now. You are fantastic. And I want you to believe in yourself so much. Okay, guys, well, that was your reading. The one final message I have for you guys is please share your story with others, because I feel like that's going to be another topic of discussion for the future, but I feel like as you share more of your truth, you're going to be valued for your wisdom, for the release that you're having, and it's going to bring your best friend closer to you, because I think they value that trust and honesty and truth, and your willingness to share your battles, because your scars aren't anything to be ashamed of. Okay? Especially if you've had a health issue too. Thank you guys so much for joining me for this reading. I hope you enjoyed it, and leave a comment down below if this resonated with you. If you are interested in purchasing a reading from me, please check out the links in the description below. Like and subscribe, and if you're interested in keeping up with my channel and all the events that I'm doing with mindovermania, please follow me on the social medias. Anyways, I will see you guys next time. Take care. Bye. Hello, everyone. You have chosen group number 3, and this is going to be a reading all about your bestie and what's going on between you and them. Yeah, so some of you, this may be a future best friend that's incoming, or about a friend that is currently your bestie. Take what resonates. We're going to look at both your energy and their energy, and then what's kind of going on between the two of you, and then we might get some advice at the end. It was interesting because at the beginning of when I started channeling, I was smelling coffee, or Gloria Jean coffee. So this is definitely a coffee group, or maybe tea, but this definitely feels more coffee. I definitely see, a lot of vibes going on. So maybe you and this friend like to go out a lot. Maybe you like to eat. Maybe you're very much like a traveler type. But it's like something about like that coffee smell. It makes me feel really like grounded and safe. And yeah, let's go ahead and get messages about you and your bestie. Oh, okay. So we've got like the grandma here with all the animals and stuff. Yeah, I definitely feel like you and your bestie are animal lovers for sure. Or you like maybe doing dinner dates or something about like food. You know what I mean? You're very, maybe a little more on the domestic side. Maybe you like making sure you like decorating together. Maybe you like food. Yeah, it's like something about like food. It's almost like I see like food alleviates anxiety for you guys. And you're very much about finding your peace. So for example, it's like your best friend is the one that you're going to invite over for cake and tea and coffee, because you're like, listen, I'm so tired of everything. We're going to come over to Jessica's house, and we're going to sit here, and we're going to play some music. We're going to just drink coffee and laugh, maybe share some memes. But like, I definitely see you guys being like, when we spend time together, we're here to relax, right? Like, this is like your detox person, or you both have very similar interests. So it's kind of like you're not like fighting for attention on anything. Like, you're both very mutual, respectful, and really just like cozy. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and pull some cards about like your energy with your best friend, and then your best friend's energy. I feel like you already know this person, or maybe this is like, it could be a family member or a family friend. Maybe there's some grandma vibes here, so maybe they like to knit and crochet. Take what resonates, because I feel like everybody, it's kind of different. I feel like maybe it's difficult sometimes, so maybe you have to do like long distance, or maybe you've been like friends for a long time. But this is definitely like the bestie relationship where like your family loves them, their family loves you, like everybody kind of knows, like, okay, like some of you, maybe your best friend is your partner, so they're like, oh, when are they gonna get married? You know what I mean? Or there's just very much like an assumption that like, oh yeah, well, they're always gonna work it out. You know what I mean? I'm definitely seeing the whole like, yeah, all right, they're fighting right now, and in 2 weeks it's all gonna be over. You know what I mean? So like, maybe if something did end between you and your best friend, their family's kind of shocked. You know what I mean? Yeah, take what resonates, because there's like a couple different scenarios. I don't know, I feel like there's like a burden that's gonna get revealed here, or something about like needing to let stuff go. Simply because you have to move forward from something in order to resolve this issue or conflict you had with this person. So, like, again, this feels like it's a family member or something family related. So maybe there's like a conservative versus Republican thing. Maybe there's like some family issues where maybe it's like, okay, like you're fine with their parents, but you're not fine with their extended family, and vice versa. Or maybe it's kind of like maybe this person grew up with a different culture than yours. So, say, for example, they grew up in a more traditional home life, and then you're a bit more new age and open to things. And so then maybe sometimes you guys kind of butt heads, and you're kind of like concerned. Like, I feel like there's some kind of a concern for somebody's well being that's kind of like, I can't tell which one of you it is, but it's kind of like this energy of like, well, maybe they aren't who they said they were, or maybe there's kind of like a, oh my gosh, I'm concerned that because this person's like, maybe this person, your bestie, drinks when they're upset, and you're kind of like, oh no, I'm worried that they're gonna like go off the deep end or like whatever. And it's really because I feel like, I mean, this might just be, I might just do person A and person B, because I feel like you guys flip flop and mirror each other. Yeah, because I feel like you guys are like two peas in a pod, and so it's almost like the same but opposites. Like, you know, like we've got like the two rabbits here, one's black and one's white. And so, like, you know, maybe you're multiracial. Maybe one person's one race and one person's another, or maybe you're two different genders. Maybe you're the conservative, traditional breadwinner type person, and then your best friend is like a queer, you know, flamboyant person. I don't know, it's kind of like birds of a feather flock together. But this concern is almost like, it feels cultural, of like not understanding the other person's belief system. So with person A, we've got do it, but don't do it that way. We have the universe feels different about your priorities. Self-discipline is needed now. Yeah, there's something about person A's energy that's like, you let yourself go, bestie. What? Like, you're like, person A is kind of like, it's my way or the highway. Or it's kind of like, for example, if this is like the finance person, they're kind of like, oh my gosh, you invested in crypto again, or like you don't know what you're doing, or it's like they're very much like, bestie, let's bring it down a notch. You know what I mean? They're kind of like a little more grounded and realistic. Maybe this person's in business, or this person sees something you don't. I just feel like this person's a little bit more logic and rational in the way that they think. That's why maybe that conservative versus liberal, because it's almost like a flip-flopping like energy between, like, sometimes this person's the more masculine and then this person's the more femme, and then they switch roles. The universe feels different about your priorities. Yeah, I kind of feel like they're like, oh my gosh, you're talking about all the universe, when they're like, hey, like, yeah, I know you want to go out there and take a chance and save the world, bestie, but like, I don't know, it's kind of like counting your chickens before they've hatched, and there's kind of like this energy of like, yeah, I mean, I know you're going to be a great person one day, but you gotta like get up and start making good financial choices. You know what I mean? Or like there's steps that lead to that this person is projecting onto this other person, being like, you got to do X, Y, Z and step into that. Self-discipline is needed now. Yeah, I feel like person A is open to self-discipline more than person B, and I think that's where person A struggles with self-discipline at times, but they're more aware of the need for it, versus person B is kind of like, I feel like triggers this person because person B doesn't really have or struggles with self-discipline and is the opposite to this person. So this person gets frustrated when person B, like, say this person's really big about having a morning routine, and then person B shows up the morning and interrupts the routine and doesn't seem to care. It's kind of like person B's a bit oblivious because they don't follow a routine. And they're fine with that, but this person isn't, you know? And so it's kind of like this person's like, okay, well, I'm going to make an exception because it's my bestie, but don't do it again. You know what I mean? It's like, I feel like there's kind of like a mutual, like, even though this irritates person A, they have a lot of love and respect for person B, so they're like, that's just who they are. They got ADHD, they got whatever. You just ignore it and let them in the house. You know what I mean? It's like, just make sure you take your shoes off. God. You know? This is so funny. Like I said, it's like, it's kind of like, this is like not breakfast at Tiffany's, but it's kind of like this energy of like, you show up for coffee and tea every Saturday morning and you just do your thing. So this is like a very special relationship. So maybe this person's not necessarily even like a best friend, but this person gets you in a certain kind of way that other people don't get. And so like, for example, I was like looking at the lady and, you know, with the white hair, and I'm like, maybe white hair is significant, but it's like, maybe this person's older than you. And so you're kind of like extracting wisdom from them, or you're kind of learning something. There's some kind of like maybe, like I said, a tradition that you both share, or it's kind of like, hey, we both happen to show up at this one place and met at the right time, and maybe for the wrong reasons, but then we ended up becoming friends. Kittens may be significant as well. That was kind of random. It's okay if you don't have all of the answers. Yeah, I feel like person A needs to let go of needing to have all the answers, but like, I feel like person A is a bit more grounded and rational when they don't have all the answers. So like, for example, person B is trying to plan for a trip, and they just decide the morning of to pack. And then they just kind of figure it out as they go. They don't figure out where they need, like, they're not very responsible about things, versus person A is like, it's okay if I don't have all the answers because I planned ahead. You know what I mean? It's like two very, very different energies. They're like, it's okay if I don't have all the answers, because they're like, I'm going to figure it out as I go, versus person B is like, well, I know I'm going to be okay because I came up with a plan. I always have backups. I always go on road trips, so I know to have a spare tire. You know, it's like this person's very forward thinking versus this is spontaneous, which balances each other out, because like sometimes this person needs to live more freely, and then this person also needs to kind of step it up. And it frustrates this person because it kind of takes time and energy away, you know, but it's worth it, you know? Take it easy on them, Tiger. Yeah! I don't know what it is with the tiger energy. Pile number 2 was talking about tigers as well. Yeah, I feel like, you know, person A can sometimes be a little harsh. I see person A being like, if you get into a political debate, person A's kind of stubborn, where they're just like, oh my gosh, like, but let me pull out the stats and the figures and the blah blah blahs, and person B's like very calmly listening, but they're just like, do you not realize you sound like an ass right now? They don't say that, but they try to politely point you in the right direction. But I feel like because person B doesn't take things too seriously, they don't get offended when person A goes off on their stressed out tangents about the world and stuff. I feel like person A is a ranter as well, and vents, and person B just likes listening to them go off. I feel like person B is like, again, maybe they're younger, or they're like immature at times, or maybe they're just so easily amused, but I see person B just kind of like watching person A, and like they know the spirals that person A gets on, so then person B like intentionally pokes them to get them ranting just because they find it funny, because they never know what stupid thing's going to come out of person A's mouth. They don't know it's happening. Yeah. This is so cute. So like bestie A doesn't always know what's going on around them sometimes. It's kind of like person A will like I said, if they're like venting about something, meanwhile like in the background person B is so distracted, person B kind of like sometimes tunes out person A and notices like the man in the background who's like completely like wasted out of his mind doing something silly. I literally see it like person A just gets so stuck in their own world that person B just sits there and just admires the whole scene of just like person A being oblivious. And I also feel like too, person A doesn't really know what's going on in the big picture. Like, it's kind of weird because I feel like person A, even though person A is responsible, I feel like they're kind of like, they're not in touch as much with like the social standings of things. Maybe person B has to remind person A about stuff that's going on, or like what's important, or maybe person A forgets things. I also feel like with person A, they don't really know what's going on in person B's life. I don't know if person B doesn't really volunteer that information, or it's kind of like that kind of like, I feel like sometimes person A can be like stubborn and not really ask like questions to get deeper into person B. Or it's kind of like they've made assumptions that, oh, I already know how person B acts and things, so I've just made an assumption for who they are like, and versus person B is like, okay. Person B has a lot of depth and stuff, but they know that person A is kind of working through them on themselves, and they're gonna talk whenever they need to. Person B, like, I love this dynamic. This is literally like almost like a cartoon. Like you guys are like a stereotype. This is so funny. Maybe you guys joke around a lot too. You know, like you laugh. And I think that's like what makes like when they're around a home. You know, because you know it's like there's always gonna be laughter and something maybe stress, like this person's stressed out and then someone makes a joke and then it's like, it's all okay now. I put you through too much. Yeah, maybe person A is going through something and maybe they were kind of taking it out on person B because they get stressed. Maybe they were too harsh in the past. Maybe that caused like a situation for you guys to kind of break things off. There's something about like person A towards person B. There's something that wasn't said. You know what I mean? And there's like too much. I feel like person A kind of feels like because they're anxious and and avoidant and all this other stuff, I feel like they feel like they're too much of a burden on person B. Person B is kind of oblivious to this, but like person A is like, I put you through too much. Like they literally are always like, I feel like I'm a burden to you. I'm this, I'm that, I'm blah, blah, blah. I'm stressed out. And I feel like they really punish themselves a lot. Like, again, I think maybe because they're traditional, maybe they grew up in an abusive household, or there's something about them that's like, they just don't really feel like enough or worthy of this other person. With this, for some reason, my eye got drawn to the cat laying down. Maybe cats are significant for person A. This could be like black cat and golden retriever energy. And then, like, I see the pig, too. Maybe there's some kind of just this energy of, like, maybe person A is kind of used to, like, farming and being out in nature, and they're out of their elements. Or it's kind of like they just need to, like, relax and chill, but life kind of hasn't given them a break. There's something about, like, this isn't easy, you know, for me to admit this. So maybe some more information is going to come out. This voice doesn't have good intentions. Move forward carefully. Yeah, I feel like sometimes person A struggles with their ego and they struggle to be in balance at times. So person A kind of feels like that person who they mean well, but sometimes they're kind of acting like trash. They kind of need person B to step up and tell them, hey, that's not okay to say that. That's not okay to have those feelings and blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? It's like moving forward carefully. This could also be the energy, too, of maybe person A. Man, I feel like they suffered a lot of criticism growing up. So there's something about, like, they have trouble discerning whose voice is right. You know what I mean? With the voice doesn't have good intentions, I feel like person B kind of clears out a lot of the BS. Because this person is so used to, like, moving forward carefully in the sense that they're like, all right, you know, like, for example, this might look like innocent white grandma, you know, in a kitchen, and then she turns out to be a nightmare from the South. You know what I mean? It's kind of like this energy of person A has learned to, like, tiptoe around different kinds of people. And so with, like, person B, they can flow very freely, but they still have this foundational blockage and limitation in their relationship. You know what I mean? And so that's why it's like this voice doesn't have good intentions. I feel like sometimes they project that onto other people, including person B. But like the good intentions, I feel like sometimes too, the opposite can be true where they're like, hey, person B has really good intentions, but they don't follow through, or they're not acting in a way that would be responsible. So say, for example, you're like, yeah, I want to go out and donate to a charity, but you don't have money to give to that charity. You know what I mean? And so then it's kind of like, why are you spending your last dollar on this charity when you could have used that to buy yourself food later? And then you're going to ask me for money for food. You know, it's kind of like one of those things where it's about like person A can sometimes be a little bit better of a financial gauge and judge on, hey, this is what my priority should be. And so then when person B acts and spends money in a certain kind of way, they get nervous and they've felt maybe insecure about that in the past. Yeah, did something go on between you two? I definitely feel like it's not like you guys don't care about each other, but I definitely feel like there's just like some moral differences, or there's some kind of like lifestyle energy that conflicts at times. It doesn't change the love, but it makes it harder to come together into union at times. Yeah, maybe you guys are twin flames. I don't know. We've got action in reverse. We've got door to value in reverse. And then we've got healer of the ages, and it's this dude that looks like Jesus. The numbers are 17, 31, and 51. 6, 4, and 8. Okay. Yeah, with this healer of the ages, with the Jesus, maybe this person grew up in a Christian conservative household. Maybe they're new to spirituality. I definitely feel spirituality is a strong connector between the two of you. And with this like enlightened energy with Jesus, I am seeing this person having a pretty open crown chakra. I feel like this person's very values spiritual connections. I do feel like they value purity, morality, and goodness and kindness. With the healer of the ages, I do feel like this is maybe a healer type energy. So maybe this person works with a church or has in the past. Maybe this person does Reiki, something with the hands too. So maybe they've got a healing touch. But with all this white, like I do see like a lot of pure intentions, or this person really trying to be like, I want to welcome in good things. I feel like white is really important to this person, like purity and clearing, and that's and that you're special to them. All right, to whoever, like if you identify as person B and this is person A, like they really want you to understand that they support you genuinely. Like just because they've got more self-discipline and some other things going on, maybe sometimes you thought they were judging you, when it's like that's just the harsh reality of what they grew up in. You know what I mean? That was the value system. It's kind of like back in my day, we didn't have that, and it's kind of like if you grew up with a certain kind of, it's almost like person B doesn't understand what person A had to do to get out of that lifestyle. So it's like maybe person A was conservative and then shifted over. So then person B always grew up with liberal parents, or always grew up with being open to witchcraft and spirituality. So when person A unloads and says something triggering to person B's like, whoa, 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 who the heck are you? What did you do with my best friend? And then person B then goes like, oh, I didn't realize that when I saw this like cute little church lady, I didn't realize that she was like a spawn of Satan behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like one of those things where like maybe there was like a projection here about like, oh, well, person A had a perfect home life. Why are they such a bitch? And then it's like, oh my God, when you like see the things that happened, you're like, that makes sense. This is why they want to stay single and have cats for the rest of their life. You know what I mean? I don't think this person's single, but they definitely have like I'm gonna it's me and my cats. Nope. Screw off. The door to value in reverse. Yeah, I feel like person A, they love money, but they don't know how to spend money. Like, I do feel like this person's like, I just want to like save money. I want to like, I don't want to look too good. You know what I mean? Like, they're kind of like frugal with their money, and like person B is the opposite. They're like, why don't you have $0 in your bank account? You know what I mean? So there's like a imbalance here between like, yeah, I know how to bring in wealth, but I don't want to, because then that means I have to like put myself out there, and like I got to do my hair every morning and blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, this person lives for the party, lives to look good, lives for whatever, and blah, 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 blah. So it's like you guys really like balance each other out by pointing out each other's extremes. And then with action, like there's no action here. Like I feel like with person A, they're kind of just like, this relationship falls apart, whatever. It's like I see person A kind of like looking over at person B, being like, yeah, they're good to me, but like, I'm not putting that much effort into this dynamic anymore. You know what I mean? I feel like this person A kind of feels tired with this action. I feel like they're slowing down on this connection, or there's some kind of like they're pursuing somebody. Maybe they're like chasing a romantic partnership or something that's coming their way, and they're kind of like full speed ahead and focused on that. And so like their priority has shifted somewhere else. So maybe if this person's starting a business, they're trying to like raise money for that, or maybe they're like, I just feel like person A is avoiding their heart space in this connection with the best friend, and again, if there's like some family conflicts as well, I do feel like with person A, maybe their family would not approve of person B, being in their life. So they're kind of like going through a lot of this emotional turmoil. I just feel like person A is a mystery to person B for a number of reasons. And like person A doesn't understand that they're a mystery because they just grew up with different circumstances. And I think they're kind of used to, like, for example, if you grew up in a household where there's a lot of like subtle back and forth, unspoken things that you just pick up on vibes. And you don't actually say, hey, something's wrong, versus person B is like, oh, you just come out and say it. You just talk about your feelings. Like, this person didn't grow up like that. So if you're person B listening to person A, oh my gosh, man, I'll tell you stories, okay? Because, like, I know this energy for person A, because person A, like, they saw some things growing up, and so they just learned, like, oh, that's just the way to be polite, versus it was actually something very toxic. You know, with this whole Jesus thing, too, it's kind of like, you know, we've got, like, maybe they had some, like, white supremacists around them, and they didn't identify it, or, like, with the heart space, like, I do feel person A, they struggle having their heart space met. So, for example, if they're trying to financially provide for this connection or for another connection or for themselves, it's like they have to shut this down in order to focus on it, or they like covering it up. So maybe, you know, whatever went on between these two people, they were really hurt by it, but they'd never show it, or they just check out. So this could be a dismissive avoidant, fearful avoidant if you do attachment styles. Don't judge that too much though, because I feel like with person A, they're forward thinking. So I feel like person A is always thinking of the future and thinking ahead and not as spontaneous. So like maybe, for example, if they are going to come back into person B's life, it's be very, very slowly and meticulous. And after they've resolved maybe their financial issue, or after they've gone through this spiritual transformation, because I feel like there's someone else or something else that's really important in person A's story that's impacting why they haven't reconciled with person B yet. Yeah. And then, like, the door to value, you know, I feel like this door, like, money, like, opens up, then closes, opens up, then closes. So, like, they're really trying to, like, focus on that stressful, like, eliminating stress in their life compared to what went on with person B. Because there's something, like, maybe with person B, person A was feeling not sophisticated, not who they were, and, like, it's kind of like, yeah, person B was a good time, but, like, I don't really know how to approach this person anymore, because we're not the same. At least they think so. Alright, now let's go ahead and get into person B's energy. We've got your goals don't align with who you are and what you want! Oh my gosh! So, what I love about person B's energy, person B, okay, is, like, calling out person A. Oh my gosh. Like, person B is literally like, they wouldn't ever say this to person A's face, but their energy is like wanting to like smack you in the face and being like, your goals don't align with who you are and what you want. Like, it's literally like they're like, you're so focused on money and abundance when that's not who you are. You know what I mean? And I feel like, yeah, I feel like there's like a cultural misrepresentation here of what these two different groups are doing. So it's like, maybe, for example, like, I don't know why I was thinking of like a traditional Mexican family, or it's kind of like it's kind of like this group or person A feels like they're seeing person A do something that they associate with conservatives, when that's just being financially responsible. Or, like, there's some kind of, like, a definition, for example, of seeing person A doing a behavior, person B identifies that with being a conservative, instead of that being a cultural thing. So it's kind of like, what's, like, a good example of this? Alright, here's one, like, working 9 to 5. Okay, so, like, say, for example, this person is like, alright, I want to make a certain amount of money, so instead of doing this route, I'm gonna choose to go back to 9 to 5 and do this route, and I'm gonna work that for a couple months as I figure my situation out and start paying my bills and blah 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 blah. Meanwhile, person B's like, what? Why would you work for those corporate scum, blah 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 blah, and all this other stuff, and person B has a different value system, because they're like, well, I would rather not have money than work for those people. You know what I mean? And I just feel like there's like two separate identity crises going on with this person, when it's like, well, person B isn't looking at the financial end of it versus the person A is only looking at the financial end of it, if that makes any sense. So it's kind of like person B has a good gauge of what person A is about, but it's skewed more towards what their political alignment is with. You know what I mean? And so I think it's kind of like we all can make it to the finish line, but because someone decided to run down one pathway that doesn't look the same as this other person's, I feel like person B gets scared by that because person B is scared of that, again, the scary white grandma lady who you don't know, is this person going to turn out to be like whatever? Like, did they actually change as whatever? And it's like, yeah, the person A is not like this person because they worked very hard. But I feel like with person B, like, your goals also don't align with who you are and what you want, because it's kind of like that energy of like, all right, if you want to go out and save the world, you need money for that. Okay? Like, that is the reality of living in a capitalistic society. Okay? Especially like if you want to start a nonprofit, if you want to start a movement and things like that. If you don't have that money, you got to work with people who do have money. So when you walk up to someone and you judge someone for having money, that person's not going to work with you. Point and simple, right? And it's kind of like I feel like both of these people highlight those insecurities in the other, where person A needs to look at their heart space and look at the big picture and how that aligns with their heart and what they're doing to make their money, versus person B needs to realize that money is part of financial stability, and that also too, like, things aren't going to get handed to you on a platter, right? I feel like with person B, when it comes to person A, I think person B can be in charge to an extent. Like, person A is more independent than person B, and I think person B is kind of used to community. They're used to kind of being like, all right, I'm not going to take all of this burden myself because I've got other people around me that support me. So, like, again, maybe this is a cultural difference where maybe person B is in a more collectivistic type culture. So, you know, a culture that, you know, you've got extended family, everyone's coming over for Christmas. There's a lot of like hands in the pot, right? You know, it's like, there's people, like many people coming over all the time and they're used to people, versus person A, they're a bit more traditional and conservative. So maybe for Thanksgiving, they've only got like 5 people over max, versus person B's like it's anticipating like 10 people and the neighbors and everybody else. You know what I mean? So it's like, because person B is used to having more hands to help them, they release a lot of control. And so when they need to step up and be independent, they don't have the same skill set that person A does. Person A feels very hyper independent versus person B feels a little too dependent, if that makes any sense. Like, person B sometimes loses themselves in the crowd or the audience. They sometimes don't do what their heart is in alignment because they'd rather keep the peace. And I think that's where one of the issues with their building resentment with person A is they're like, why don't you show up this way? You're saying this, but you're doing this. And like, person B is not understanding that in an individualistic society, you can't say that directly. Or like, there's something about like what person B sees as an issue is not an issue to person A, because their culture doesn't work like that. And it's not like one person's intending to be rude than the other. This does feel very cultural. And I feel like, oh my gosh, I really hope this is opening you guys' eyes to what's going on here. Because I really feel like there's just a lot of misunderstanding that's, maybe it's generational. Like I said, if there's an age gap, if person A is older than person B, there's a lot of generational changes and challenges to overcoming understanding each other, right? So like, if this is like a young person saying your goals don't align with who you are, and then person A is like, well, back in my day, it's like, yeah, like person A is not going to be as resilient and open to change because they didn't live through the same stuff that person B did. Yeah, because this could, maybe it's like not just like a best friend, but like a family member too. I do feel family is really, like, family values is very important to both people here. And maybe that's also where some disagreements are getting, and you're getting into. You're doing a great job avoiding this issue. Person B is so sassy. I love it. Okay, so it's like, you're doing a great job avoiding me. And so I feel like person B is just like, You're avoiding me, person A. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm channeling somebody so specific, and I'm like, alright, let's hear it. Person B is very passive aggressive, okay? I feel like person A is more direct versus person B is kind of like, you know how I said, like, with picking up with vibes earlier? It's kind of like these two people send vibes in two different tones of voices. You know what I mean? Like, person B feels like we're supposed to directly fight about this. Instead, person A chooses silence. And it's just like, nah. Culturally, person A came across as way more disrespectful to person B because they're like, oh my gosh, they won't even fight with me. Like, what? No, ew, God. When it feels like in person A's defense, person A's like, person B wasn't speaking to me, or person B wasn't upfront about XYZ. So yeah, I'm not gonna waste my time with that. Oh my God. I feel so bad for these two people because this is such like a cultural issue or cultural divide that has nothing to do with the other person caring about each other. With like the avoiding the issue though, person B, I think person B though is also avoiding the same issue, right? I feel like person B is maybe they're kind of judging person A, or they're avoiding something that they don't like in themselves that is highlighted by person A. Because I feel like person A, they're very supportive. And person A has boundaries. And I think there's something about person B that maybe person B's boundaries are skewed towards maybe morals, or like there's something about like person B doesn't have boundaries like what person A does, if that makes sense. Like person B's kind of like they flip-flop on their boundaries. It's like one day they have a boundary about this and then the next day they have a boundary about that, and it's kind of like it's a little more of feelings based rather than and they're kind of like avoiding their feelings, or they avoid the triggers that person A has. So like person A, for example, might say, hey, could we like go out and do this? Person B got really triggered by that, but didn't say anything. So then they started feeling unsafe with person A, and then created all these stories in their head about them. And then if person B talked to person A about that, then person A would be like, oh my God, I never wanted to make you feel that way. I will absolutely change. And because like I absolutely never want you to feel disrespected. And then that conflicts with person B's story that they had in their head. And then they're like, person B's like, oh right, you're not them, you're my best friend. And then they feel ashamed of that back and forth. And then person A like never knew that that's what was going on in this person's head. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, person A's like, I'm focused on money. I'm focused on blah, 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 blah. I've got to get my life together because I'm doing this all myself. And so when person B sees them doing it all themselves, they're like, well, they don't want me around. And it's like, no, it's just culturally different. Wow. I feel like there's just so much tea between the two of you. I could talk forever about what's going on between you guys. Book a reading. So I don't keep channeling. Remember the goal. Okay, so like person B struggles with timing and understanding, having social awareness and timing. They struggle with their goals. I'm like stuttering, maybe they have like a disability, but literally this person's like, they don't remember what they did last Friday. Like this person's kind of like, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And like people have called them lazy. Person B is not lazy. They just are very unregulated. Again, maybe their brain's a little messed up from doing too many substances, or maybe there's kind of like this energy of like it's coming and going and flowing, and they're just kind of like, yeah, it'll get there when it gets there, and then it never gets there. Like this definitely kind of gives me like maybe this person's like a musician or an artist, or kind of like just very relaxed lifestyle. The lifestyle of person 8 would stress them out, but I kind of think it secretly doesn't, because I think this person knows that they've been kind of avoiding doing the discipline work that they need to. So it's kind of like I said, if you want to go save the world, then you need to have goals and accomplish them. And person B's like stresses out when they get close to accomplishing something. So it's like, even if person B says, okay, I'm going to sit down and do it, it's like right up until the very end, like they sabotage right before the big break happens. and then they go right back to start. And they can't figure out why they're self-sabotaging. That's why they're like, all right, person A has the secret. Person A is just like this machine, right? And doing things, and they can just do things, and how are they doing that? And person A is just like, I'm doing what now? You know what I mean? And it could be like a brain wiring thing, but I really feel like it's like person A just needs to stop and remember where they're going, and they need to take some breaks, chill out a little bit, less energy drinks. Getting outside opinion. Yeah, I feel like person B is very dependent on external validation. Again, because they are culturally used to, oh, I can talk to my auntie, I can talk to my best friend, I can talk to my brother-in-law, I can talk to blah, 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 like all these people, and it's like people are just like forthcoming, right? Like they're not used to this whole, well, grandma could feed me inaccurate information to sabotage me. Or like, you know what I mean? Like this is so interesting. Yeah, it's like culture A or person A's culture is like there's so much more discreet sabotage, and it's very like, I don't want to say anti-community, but definitely this person went through some toxic community stuff versus person B, like when people like you go to your elders and you just ask them and they just tell you. I mean, like, sometimes the elders are not going to tell you directly, but it's like, it's kind of like, hey, grandpa, could you tell me what it was like growing up? And they tell you. Versus person A is like, I could never talk to my grandpa about that. Grandpa was in the war. He said nothing about what was going on growing up, and he won't talk about it. So there's like a lot of like, with person B, maybe they asked for help too many times from person A, because person A was just like, oh my god, like, didn't your parents ever teach you? Or maybe person A wasn't taught the skill, but they taught themselves. They learned to be self-sufficient versus person B is literally like always going to people for help. Never picking up the phone and doing it themselves. So then when they sabotage themselves, they learn to not trust themselves, so they have to have person A in their corner or else they flip out. Aw. That's so sad. Oh, because it's like, I feel like person B, like, they never want to admit that they need person A because they're like, person A's lifestyle is so boring and I don't understand. Or like I said, like, they created the story about what person A is actually like. And then they show up to the party and they're like, oh, they actually did what they said they were doing. They weren't just like talking out of their butt. So it's like maybe person A gave person B some advice, and person B was like, they're just kind of saying whatever. Because again, some of that might be cultural, but I think also they didn't always take person A seriously because they had this narrative. So then when they went out and actually did the stuff without person B was like really triggered because person B was like, oh my god, person A doesn't need me at all. And they're not dependent on other people. Oh shoot, like they, like something about it like really highlighted their own lack of independence. And so I feel like you need to understand if you're group number B or you're B, like you don't have to judge yourself for not understanding how to be independent, okay? Like I feel like there's like a lot of social expectations, especially like if you come from culture A. That's kind of my background. Culture A, we're just different, okay? If you're culture B, like, don't blame yourself and understand that, the grass is always greener on the other side, right? With culture B, I feel like, with the getting an outside opinion, it's okay to ask those same outside opinions internally and also to spirit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, remember your goals, because it's not like other people put them into you. Like, you have them innately as who you are. And I think you're like, well, that's like condescending saying that I don't feel that way. That's different. And I mean, that's true. Maybe I'm not able to articulate it because I don't have this experience. But what I am saying is with this get an outside opinion, I think like if you want to reconnect with someone that's on group A, maybe get a friend or talk to somebody that's friends with person A or someone who's more culturally aligned with person A, just to kind of figure out what the heck. You know what I mean? Because I've seen this with my friends too, when there's like different racial demographics, and one culture is maybe more conservative about like dress, for example, and another person come from another culture and they're like, oh my gosh, I would never judge a person for wearing that versus the other person's like culturally like, oh my god, I can't even talk to a person that dresses like that. You know what I mean? It's like things like that where if you don't know what the connotation is of the original culture that person's foundation from, so when they step out of it, you know even less about what that person went through. You know, so like for example, if it's a more conservative culture where it's like I said with dress, right? Where sex is really, you know, shamed and closed down, right? If you're a sexually liberated person, you're gonna kind of struggle and potentially trigger that more conservative person just from the standpoint that, like, there's a lot of shame around that. So if someone's not open with their sexuality right off the bat, or they're not, like, direct, culturally, you might feel, all right, they're lying to me. That's not being, they're being discreet, they're being whatever, some kind of way, when person A is like, no, 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 I was taught in my culture that if you bring that up, you're being disrespectful, you're, you know, whatever. And that's just not what you talk about. So just kind of keep that in mind. And then if like you're person A and you're trying to reconnect with person B, I think like you need to be an open mind about what your triggers are. So that way you can step back and release some of that judgment and shame and reaction that you might have had to person B. Because, like, for example, if it was maybe a sexuality thing, or like, you know, maybe you're the straight person and that's a queer person, you know, understanding that, yeah, they have different things that they go through and different boundaries, and maybe you triggered one of them, and person A's just like, maybe they didn't know, all right, about that stuff. And so it's like, be gentle with yourself, but also take accountability if you have harmed someone's feelings or misjudged somebody, you know? But I feel like a healthy conversation could really clear a lot of this judgment out for both of you. Yeah, I literally just want to be like, can you guys just like sit and get coffee with each other and just talk it out? Jesus. Because I feel like you guys would go right back to being friends once you realize, oh my god, I was interpreting this the whole time. This, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like you both are very fluid people. We've got Anytime You Feel Alone, Put On Your Headphones. Love, love, loves coming through your headphones. Headphones by Britt Nicole. Yeah, so I feel like person B, again, maybe music is important to this person. They do feel artsy. And I feel like this person also has a tendency to push out the world too, so maybe because this person came from a collectivistic culture, this person B has a tendency to push out other people's opinions, because like for example, this group or person B is like, everybody's got an opinion about what I should look like, what I should wear, what I should do with my life, da 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 da. So you kind of just learn to like tune out people's stuff. So like I feel like there's a certain amount of tuning out that person B uses music for, or maybe they use music to cope or to connect. Maybe music is an important thing between the two of them. But I do feel, this is kind of sappy, but I feel like person B like energetically sends music to person A subtly, you know? And like I said, because both these people are kind of spiritual, I feel like person A though just shuts the vibes down immediately. Person A is just like, nope. And person B felt that rejection. They went, ooh, like that's kind of funny, because like I don't think person B is aware of how in tune person A is. Like it's almost like person B kind of feels like, oh well, person A comes from this kind of a cultural background, so they're not very spiritual, or they're not aware, or like, I don't know, I feel like person B sometimes kind of like looks down on culture A because they don't understand it, and maybe vice versa, you know. I think both, it kind of goes both ways, but like person B is just like, they're not very spiritual, and person A is just like, hun. I read tarot cards and crystals and whatever. It's kind of just like, it's like the pot calling the kettle red or whatever. It's kind of just like, yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of like this energy of like, come on, like you just can't handle the rejection. That's what's happening. So person B is just feeling really butthurt. How can you just leave me standing alone in a world that's so cold, so cold? Maybe I'm just too demanding. When Doves Cry by Prince. Oh my gosh. This person's like, I feel person A left person B in the cold. Or they feel that. You know what I mean? Like person B is like, maybe they like Prince. Or Prince's vibe. Prince could be significant, but like maybe person B also felt like because they were being dependent, they're like, wow, I was being too demanding of person A. And I thought person A was being the demanding one the whole time. Meanwhile, like person A really showed like they proved to me they don't need me. And that was just so triggering to person B's like, they don't need me, they don't need me, they don't want me around. Oh, like I don't know, like I noticed like the cat over here was like I just saw like a dead cat on the floor. And I'm just kind of like I don't know, did someone's cat die recently or something? I don't know. There's just kind of this like, you know what I mean? Like I see the grandma with the laundry and all that, and it's almost like this person's like immediately after person A left, they're like, I need to get it together. They're like, they started doing their laundry, they started folding their clothes, and their parents are like, what happened between person A and person B? Because like something about person B was like, holy cow, I am too demanding on myself and others, and like you just like kick-started this cycle, but they're not getting better out of wanting to do better for themselves or by themselves. They're doing it because they feel anxious and because they feel rejected, which is very different. That's not self-improvement, pile B. I'm just telling you that right now. That's not how that works, but I appreciate you for making that effort for yourself. If that's you. The sky is falling on me as your hands turning gold and weak. I'm giving myself up to a futile sacrifice gone sear. A Rose for Epona by Eluvite. That's a very specific song. I feel like with the card, the sky is falling on me as your hands turning gold and weak. Yeah, there's something about like person B's just been watching the slow devolving of this relationship. But person B's freaking out. Maybe they're not showing. I don't know, like what. Like I feel like person A's very. If you're person A, you're very surprised by person B freaking out because you're like, what the heck? Maybe they stopped listening to me. Maybe they don't show that they care. They were like, hey, if they wanted access to me, then they would have done X, Y, and Z. Versus like person B's like legit, like the sky is falling on me. Because they were so dependent on you always sticking around and being by their side. And I do think this is cultural. Like, person B is not used to cutoff game at all. Like, they're not used to rejection, or they're used to, like, slow, steady rejection. Again, maybe there's, like, an immaturity, but, like, literally, like, a futile sacrifice gone. Like, it kind of feels like they sacrificed you for somebody else, or like there was just some kind of like they didn't expect you to care about a certain kind of behavior, so they're like, oh, you ghosted me, when it was like, no, you improved exactly who you were and you did what you were saying you were going to do, so, and I didn't like that, so I went over here. And this person's literally like, nothing I do. I don't want to say that. Like, this person's just like, it's futile for me to try to approach this person now. Like, they're literally like, it's done. It's over. Like, I think, like, now this is kind of interesting because this might also be a cultural thing where I feel like with person B, they're like, once you block somebody, you are not coming back ever. And, like, that's, like, the absolute, like, maybe, like, blocking someone's considered disrespectful, or, like, that is the absolute last resort. So when either person A blocked person B went, oh, I done messed up. You know what I mean? Or because they know that person A doesn't block people on purpose, they know they messed up. And this person they're like, yeah, I'm going to move forward carefully now because I sent my message and I'm done. And person B's like, has this person having health issues since you've been gone? Finally, we've got a promise is a promise. Yeah, I don't know if you guys like promise to be in each other's lives forever. And person B's like, you broke that promise. Like, you didn't mean that when you said that. And I think maybe that's what broke person B's heart about you walking away, group A. Or pile A, because pile A is like person B saying like, your word doesn't mean anything now. Meanwhile, person A is just like, Okay. You know what I mean? Like, oh my gosh, this is messy. Group 3, oh my gosh, this is so messy with you and your bestie. Oh man, I'm wishing you the best on this situation. This reading is so long, but like, wow. I want to get a resolution here, because, man, oh man, this is intense. And like, I feel like it's kind of like, it's not worth all this drama. Like, could you guys resolve it? Yes, definitely, but like, you guys need to also get in the same room and get on the same page. You know? I feel like person A needs to heal. Because like, I'm looking at this Jesus energy, and it's kind of like, yeah, maybe asking for forgiveness, for maybe some of their actions in the past, and maybe moving towards a more heart-based approach when it comes to person B, to kind of see maybe a clearer picture. And then like with the hands too, you know what I mean? It's like, I feel like, being able to extend their hands and show their palms, that can be symbolic, of being like, hey, I'm going to be transparent and come clean with you about this. There's something about like the action of literally saying like, see, I don't have a knife in my hands. I'm not trying to go anywhere. I'm not trying to do anything. It's a cultural thing, that this is how I operate and act when I perceive X, Y, and Z. You know what I mean? And I don't mess around. And I feel like person B is like, maybe person B was acting up or acting in a certain kind of way that culturally is not offensive to person B. Or maybe person B was acting up. Let's be honest here. Maybe they were. I mean, take what resonates, because if you know if you did something. All right. Like if you were person B and you really don't know what went on with person A, then I feel sorry for you. But I think like a majority of person B at least did something that they knew they weren't supposed to do to person A. Now, person A did things that person B didn't like, but person B didn't say it. And then they built up resentment and then started acting a certain way and then justified the pettiness. And instead, when person A didn't play the petty game, person B washed out, right? Because person A is like, I don't put up with that. I'm like, no. If you had a problem with me, you should have said something and we would have fixed it. But you didn't and said you want to play games and play nasty. So person B, you're done. And I think, one, there's some culturalness, but I think also part of that's too is like, it's just a pattern that, person A is used to just cutting people off and moving forward, and person B is used to like maybe playing games with people a little bit before you're done. And yeah, those dynamics are hard. I'm gonna pull one final message from Spirit to see like what can bring these two back together. What can kind of heal this? So there's something about movement. There needs to be mutual forward movement between two of them. Because otherwise, like, if person B shows up out of the blue and tries to talk with person A is not going to pick up the phone. But if person A reaches out to person B's, they're not going to be as responsive. You know what I mean? Because person B's being passive-aggressive, I feel, towards person A. And they're not going to be, like, as accessible to person A as they were in the past, which is only going to perpetuate and make this issue worse. So regardless of which side of the coin you're at, you're both going to need to take action to bring this together, if you're both willing to do the work. We have you light up a room just by being in it. So I think what's going to bring you guys ultimately back together is lighting up. Okay, all right, so maybe you got to go smoke a joint and say, hey, instead of like, trying to sit and talk or hang out, or be like, hey, let's just go smoke joints and in the bathroom and get high and be silly. You know what I mean? Like, lighten up a bit. Like, both of you guys gotta chill. I think you both got some stress responses that are just like, okay, hey, remember you guys are best friends. And you both light up a room just by being in it. But, like, one of you maybe shines a little brighter right now than the other person. Maybe the other person's jealous and the other person's not aware of that. I think regardless, I think, like, making sure you're taking care of yourself and both of you guys just being bright and shiny on your own is going to bring you two back together. Following your path. Because, again, like, if person B is afraid that person A doesn't mean what they say, they're going to watch their actions and behaviors. And they're going to see that person A, if person A's intention's true, they're going to continue to operate the exact same way that they did before that person came into their life. And they're going to see, oh, they weren't just pulling my leg. They were just displeased with me. And I think like if you're person B, talk to this person's friends, because I feel if person A did this, their friends probably know about it because they probably warned their friends about you. And vice versa. Person B's like, oh, you got to watch out for so-and-so because they were saying whatever. But like, speaking in terms of how different people handle that stuff, I feel like person B's group of people is way more forgiving than person A's. Whereas person A's, their friends are like, no, we don't forgive that shit. We don't forgive and forget. This is so interesting. Like, I'm sorry, like as a reader, this is super fascinating being like a third party looking at this and being able to analyze it, because like that would just make so much sense why there's issues here. Because it's like, I don't feel like one group or the other's people are bad. Like, everyone's got like their own traits. It's just there's not a lot of communication. I don't know. This is so interesting. Abundance is coming your way. Yeah, I think like when both people are in a more financially stable state, that's going to really change the dynamic. So if group A, was financially struggling during the situation and now they're doing better, they're going to probably be walking and talking a certain way. And person B is going to be rolling their eyes being like, you're still the same person, even though you have money now. And it's like, well, just be a little more respectful about that. You know what I mean? Because like if person A is trying to change their life and they're setting boundaries and rules, then they're allowed to do so. Because person B is allowed to set those boundaries and rule too. So like, for example, if you're like, I don't like the person that person A turned into, okay, bye. That's your boundary, right? Like, it's a two-way street, So it's either, hey, I respect person A's new boundaries or new self, or vice versa. Maybe if person B left person A, then person B can literally be like, yeah, no thank you. I don't care if we're family or how I feel. If X, Y, and Z is happening, if you voted for Trump, if you blah, 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 whatever your thing is, then you got to stand on business with that, especially if person A comes back. But I really don't see person A kind of trying to win person B back over. I feel like it's more of like person B towards A, depending on what went down. And with this abundance coming your way, like both parties need to be like willing to receive that and understand like the abundance that's happening between you two is kind of mutual, because it's not just about money. It's also about just like love and energy and support and community, because it's like maybe like both of you guys are in the same friend group community, and so you got to put up with not being friends with each other anymore. So everyone else around you is just like, oh my god, when are they gonna like kiss and make up, And with that abundance energy, it's kind of like, yeah, just kind of let things kind of simmer down for a bit for a while. Enjoy your Thanksgiving turkey. Nobody else needs to know but you and them. Yeah, I think like with your relationship with this person, regardless if you're A or B, I think someone was really hurt in this situation. I mean, both of you guys are hurt, but I feel like one party was definitely hurt more than the other. I don't know, maybe there was something that happened with person A that person B doesn't understand. But with person B, I think like, I'm just gonna say it for both of you guys. What I originally was gonna say, nobody else needs to know but you and them. I feel like both of you should not get other people involved unless you trust them. So say, for example, if person B goes to the wrong friend of person A's, they might not get the right response. That's truthfully in line with person A's views, because person A's friends are very protective of person A. Versus person B's friends, I feel like person B's friends, they're pretty just like nonchalant. They're not really going to say one way or another. They're kind of just like, they're not really going to be that nosy. I feel like secretly they're nosy, but I really don't think they're gonna say things through the grapevine like with A. Like person A, I feel is very like their friends tell them stat and they're like, no, we're cutting this stuff out. So yeah, just be very careful about how you handle the situation, who you talk to, and who you say what about who. Because something about like you and them, it's just about you and them. Don't bring other people into it. Again, unless you're trying to figure out that culture stuff, because that's pretty understandable. Or if you're just trying to be like, hey, I want to know. I genuinely want to know. And then say, hey, all right, who's the person they hang out with the most? Okay, that's the new bestie. Oof, that might hurt you too. Oh, that's messy. That's messy, you guys. Oh, I really hope this resolves for you people. Hashtag blessed, okay? Yeah, count your blessings right now. Remember that, like, regardless of how spiritual you are and how witchy you are and whatever, a relationship's still a relationship. You're both blessed. I don't think no one here is doing, like, weird, bad juju, whatever. No bad vibes here. I think there's people, like, talking shit. That's for sure, but like I really like nobody here is like out for blood or to ruin anyone's life or anything. Like I think both people are like, wow, I'm really blessed for having had this other person in my life and still having them in their life. Write a song about it. Yeah, express yourself creatively, get it out of your system. There's something about like both of you guys really got to just like push through it and move past it because you guys are still talking about it and complaining. It's like, ugh. Gross. They can't hear you or your feelings. Yeah, someone in this connection. Maybe there's something going on in pile 2. This is the second time I've been kind of thinking about pile 2. Maybe there might be some messages in pile 2, you guys. But they can't hear you or your feelings. There's something about like, regardless of which pile you are, maybe you gotta be more open to listening to the other person. Not just hearing their words. I feel like for some reason there's something about like with group B that like if you're group B, you need to be a little more open-minded towards discussing things with person A. Because like if you want person A to talk to you about what the situation was, you need to make it socially safe because person A is not used to having people be sassy with them directly to their face. You know what I mean? It's like maybe in culture B, you're used to being like, hey, we're gonna like sit and fight it out right now. And then it's over, right? Person A comes from a culture that we're not fighting unless something bad is happening. So that's very triggering for person A. So if person B is used to being like, oh my gosh, they don't stand up for themselves, they don't whatever, and you come with that energy to talk to person A about what happened, person A is just gonna be like, I don't like your attitude, block. Right? So I think like there just needs to be a common ground of mutually agreeing to be like, hey, we're gonna just sit and listen to each other. We're gonna talk about our thoughts and feelings only and be respectful. And then maybe just kind of like, maybe since culture seems to be such a huge issue between these two people, like I think like maybe talking about triggers. So say for example, if like person A uses language that's triggering for person B, or vice versa, right? We don't really know which person's getting triggered here. I mean, obviously I think pile B is much more sensitive than pile A, but pile A may have some triggers as well, I think maybe talking about those triggers and being more cognizant of that would help both parties out, especially if there's also like an age difference. So say for example, someone's older than the other person. Person A may not be aware that maybe there's like a term that is no longer used anymore, and person B was like, oh my god, you don't say that, and person B was like, whoa. Person A is like, what? You know what I mean? I had no idea. You know what I mean? It's like, making sure people understand that you can't have productive conversations until people are actually sitting down and listening, and your feelings are important, but there's a certain point where you got to be like, hey, do I want this relationship to continue? What are my true thoughts and feelings about this person? Is this worth it? Because like this may not be your real best friend if they're not willing to sit and talk about this stuff, especially like if it's multicultural, multiracial. If someone's not willing to do the work to respect your culture, like if they're saying like racist things or they're not like owning what they're doing is wrong, then yeah, kick them out. You know what I mean? Like that should obviously need to be said. But like I think there's a huge difference between someone who said something and they were not aware at all that that's what that was causing the reaction of the person. And then if you're watching the behavior of them trying to change it, you ultimately get to decide what you want to be around too, because there's also no sense in forcing yourself. Like if you feel like you're constantly explaining yourself to somebody, then don't put so much stress and energy into this relationship. It's not for you. Be honest and upfront, and like you don't have to be forgiving of everybody, especially like, if you're used to dealing with this BS and it's draining to you, then don't entertain it. But like I think like right now, like the honest feelings need to be cleared out so the rational thought can get through, so then you can actually decide like, yeah, no, I'm done with this. Or if you're like, hey, actually I was just going through something and I do want to engage and interact with this person. And finally, they are still family. All right. So I think you two are going to get back together. I think you two are going to be friends again. I think, or maybe if you're dating, you'll get back together. There's something about you guys' relationship dynamic that's really pure. And like, even if maybe you don't decide to be like best of friends after this fiasco, I still think like you guys like, you're still like kind of family. You're still part of the same tribe. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, maybe you don't have to be like hanging out every single day, but like write a song about it, write your feelings down, and then I think you're going to see that. You know what I mean? I think you're going to see like what's really most important. Like again, for some reason I was looking at the cat and it's like there's kittens and stuff like that. Maybe if like kids are involved, focus on the kids, focus on the fun. You know what I mean? It's like it doesn't have to be that deep. Remember, you both are very blessed, and this connection's like divinely protected. So, anyways, though, guys, thank you so much for sticking around and listening. This is, an important reading for somebody. So, yeah. So just take charge of your role in the situation, and I think it's gonna work out. Okay. Sending you guys a lot of love. If you enjoyed this reading, please like and subscribe. Comment down below to see what's resonated with you. And any suggestions to people, like for example, if you are dating multiracially or coming from another country and stuff like that, please share your experiences, because that's always a tricky thing to navigate for everybody. And what is the best suggestions you guys have for navigating these kinds of situations? I'd love to hear your feedback on that. So that way everyone feels loved and supported, and while navigating these sorts of things. But yeah, if you're interested in booking a reading, link is in the description below. All right, y'all, I will see you next time. Take care. Bye. Hello, everyone. You have chosen group number 4, and this is going to be your messages on what are the vibes going on between you and your best friend. Okay, what is the tea? I don't know if this best friend is currently in your life, or maybe it's a future person you're manifesting. We're going to look at person A and person B and what the dynamic is between the two of you, and then we're going to go ahead and maybe get some advice from spirit. Yeah, I don't know why group number 1, I actually had to put on like a protective amulet, because I was feeling this really nasty, narcissistic, controlling pattern of behavior. There's some kind of an energy here that's just not good. There's kind of like just we'll call it a lower vibrational energy that is a little concerning. So I'm gonna go ahead and flip the card and see what's kind of going on here. Ooh, all right. It's kind of confirmation. We've got the ghost lady here. She has like a bathrobe and she's looking very somber. Kind of looks dead. I don't know. Maybe someone's into like the Grim Reaper, or kind of like maybe a gothic like art style. There's something about though being hidden in the shadows. Okay, so I can't tell if this is you or your best friend, but there's definitely like my eye keeps getting drawn to this rabbit I have here with this is like garnet inside of some other crystal, right? So I feel like maybe pile number 4, you're the group that maybe you wear like all black. Like maybe you're into like heavy metal music, or kind of like scenes of people that are normally kind of ostracized by other people. And maybe this group has been really messed up by narcissists. Wow, I was gonna say I just saw my Bridget candle like go nuts for a second. Yeah, I just feel like group number 4, either you and or your best friend, maybe you've been hurt really badly by people in the past. I'm so sorry. Maybe you don't know what it's like to have a best friend, or maybe your best friend turned out to be a narcissist, and so you're like like I almost see, like, like with you with this hood and whatnot, it's kind of like you turned into, maybe you went down like a dark path for a while, because of the way people hurt you, or maybe you've got a past, where maybe you hurt people or hurt somebody close to you in the past, and so now you're kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like this, like, I don't want to call it edgy because I feel like that's kind of criticizing it, but I definitely feel you are coming in with this energy of, yeah, I'm not taking anyone's ish, but it's got this really dark undertone. Maybe you intimidate people or kind of scare people a little bit, but not in the good way. Like, this is kind of like, if you even think about backstabbing me, I'm gonna cut you twice over. Like, this is like a very malicious, protective energy. Yeah, okay. Well, anyways, we're gonna get cards for you and then your best friend, and then the energy going on between the two of you. Wow, okay. This is super interesting, because, like, I feel like with this narcissist energy, at first I was kind of like, maybe because you've been hurt by narcissists, you're like, am I the narcissist? Like, I've got this evil shadow side, when I'm kind of like, your darkness, I mean, like, do you have some darkness? Definitely, yeah. Like, I'm not gonna sneeze at the shadows you're pulling here. I'm surprised you're here, but we're all honest here. I'm a Scorpio. I know what this vibe is. The thing is, though, is that I don't know that either party in this situation understands this dynamic, though. Maybe some of you guys got caught up in the whole twin flame, and you're like, twin flames are BS and whatever, and I'm like, well, they serve a purpose, but I don't really think your situationship's a twin flame. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of feel like maybe you got bamboozled by a tarot reader in the past, and you were kind of like, well, all that spiritual stuff is woo-woo BS, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, man, there's just some really hurt energy here in you, group number 4. Because, like, again, even though this is supposed to be a best friend message, I feel like I don't know that you know what a best friend is, or what a best friend looks like. Because it's almost like you've been so trapped and hurt by your distrust of other people that I don't think you realize the kind of like it's almost like you're sending evil eye to other people, which, if you're not familiar with what evil eye is, it's basically this concept of when people send, like, they can look at you and send evil energy your way. And so, like, I feel like other people, they kind of get that evil eye energy from you. And they're kind of like, yeah, I don't want this person around. So I feel like you've been, like, intentionally abandoned or neglected, maybe growing up. Or I just keep seeing this person, like, they're glaring. And this person's just so angry. Maybe you struggle with looking at other people that are very, very bright, because it just highlights how you were abused and abandoned growing up. Or maybe this is your best friend's energy. And maybe you were the best friend that came in to try and heal this person. And your best friend turned out to be your living nightmare. Maybe this was a romantic partner, or maybe this was like a person from your past that scarred you and hurt you so bad that either you became like that person, or you were trying to prevent that person as much as possible. And you're like, please, God, don't bring a person like this ever back into my life. But what I'm being called to say is either pile. I don't think it's going to be an either pile. I think it's going to be you in your future, but we're going to have to talk about this past dynamic for you, especially with this twin flame nonsense, because there's something about this group, I'm like, this is not twin flame energy, all right? This is not, like, you don't need a spiritual label to say that there was clearly some kind of abusive energy here, and, like, maybe you were responsible for doing something terrible to somebody. And I feel like this pile, maybe some of you can admit that, some of you can't. I think it depends on your healing stage. I think a lot of you wouldn't be able to admit it, but if you've done the work and you can say, yeah, actually, that is me, because I got so hurt and downtrodden by these certain groups of people. Maybe it was family, blah, 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 and I lost it. I kind of feel, though, like with looking at this person, even though it's like this person's very ghostly, I notice their feet kind of look, like it's not quite as dead. So I kind of feel like you, group number 4, despite everything you went through, you still have some level of clarity within you. So if you're in this moment trying to heal, trying to maybe manifest a relationship or a person back, I feel like maybe you guys were so far gone that you either chased away someone important to you and you're literally like, I have no idea how to get that version of me back, that I can attract this person back, or like I kind of feel like you're kind of this energy feels like it's past the point of no return, like something altered you or this person so much that you don't feel like a human being anymore. It's like it feels like you died almost. And you're like, yeah, I'm not coming back. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, but like you don't need to be that way though. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna call out pile number 4 here because I'm looking at this energy and it's like, yeah, you can protect yourself, but you don't need to do it that way. Because this way is a path that really doesn't lead you to fulfillment. I do feel like, one, there's a lot of lessons to be learned by your darkness, right? Like, and I think you're kind of in that stage right now where you're still coming to terms with the fact of what happened. I think you're actually beginning to understand what your shadows are doing. But I think a lot of who you actually truly are is under the shadows and under this mist. And you're kind of immaturely not accepting that reality. I think you're kind of like, nope, this is it. There's like, this person has been so hurt so many times so badly that, like, I mean, you might have narcissistic tendencies. I'm not gonna lie. Narcissism's a spectrum, and I'm not here to diagnose anybody. But here's the thing: is like when you've been damaged a certain kind of way, or if you have a certain kind of mental illness, you're not able to see clearly. You are literally thinking in black and white to a point where it's detrimental to you. And I think this group really would benefit with some therapy. Okay, I'm saying this with all the love in my heart that, like, it's not you, it's your brain. I mean, I will say you do have to take ownership and accountability, but I do think that mental health is playing a huge role here in why you're struggling to make sense of what happened to you, to heal, and to find people that are healthy. Because right now, I mean, maybe you've been going to tarot readers, maybe you specifically want to see what I have to say, because I feel like there's kind of a group here there's like a casual observing group here, and I'm kind of like, some of y'all don't care what I have to say, and you're going to continue on doing what you're going to do, and then some of you are in that shadow space and headspace, and you're like, yeah, let's just see what they have to say. Someone also misused my pronouns too, and I was just kind of like, okay, I don't care how you feel, I'm going to say what I need to say, and anyways, so this is going to be more than likely you, group 1, but group 4, do some chores. Yeah, so there's something about, like, right now, like, your current energy is you're just kind of going through the motions, maybe because you're feeling down about society and whatever happened to you, you're kind of just, like, in a robotic state, or you just need to get out of your head, so maybe doing some chores would be beneficial to you. Self-care, I feel like sometimes can be a problem to you, and I feel like that's, like, with this person in this robe, I feel like you're covering up, like, you're feeling like such a shell of yourself that you're covering up most of your body. So I don't know if, like, you're wearing, like, long sleeve clothes to hide, like, maybe some self-harm scars. Maybe there's, like, you're really, really, really trying to hide. Yeah. And so, like, with the doing some chores, I think, like, for example, like, I feel group number 4, you're very good at hiding when something's wrong. I mean, like, you're so good. Like, you're kind of like, no one would ever know what you're going through. Except your best friend. But like specifically, like I think one of your telltale signs is specific chores are not getting done. You know what I mean? Like if you're like normally financially responsible and like say for example you show up to work and you're really on point with everything, but then you go home and you didn't make your bed, you have dirty dishes there for like 2 weeks, do some chores. You know what I mean? And I feel like when I said that, it was almost like your brain's literally like, what is wrong with you? Why am I not doing chores? And it's like, because you're struggling with a mental illness? Because you're traumatized? Not everybody reacts to trauma, quote unquote, right? Like, some people really go off the rails, and the fact that you're able to function is a great thing. So it's like, I literally feel like you, Group 4, have such a self-critical, self-hating, self-loathing voice inside of you that, like, something as simple as, like, if you miss a chore, you're like, it's almost like I can hear, like, your dad or your mom being like, you're dead to me. And it's like, holy cow, they forgot to do the dishes because they were busy after work. You know what I mean? And I feel like group number 4, you're not used to, like, you think that's normal, okay? Or, for example, you're reluctant to accept that you don't deserve that. I don't know if anyone's ever told you that, or maybe you've never noticed you think like that, because most people don't think like this, okay? I'm just saying, newsflash, if you've never been to therapy, I want you to understand, most people don't actually think like this. And maybe you're kind of a person that was really gaslit or was around abusive people to a point where you don't know how to define and distinguish who an abusive person is. So highly recommend therapy for this group. All right, we've got remember the goal. Yeah, so group number 4, I feel like you are goal and accomplishment oriented. Okay, so the thing is though, is I think you do struggle with memory loss maybe. Because like again, if you have PTSD that's undiagnosed, and it continues to be reactivated over and over and over again, you will have memory loss. This is not you being dumb. This is not you not able to take care of yourself. And it's like, there's such like a rigidness to this group that I'm just like, hey, what is the goal of having a best friend? You know what I mean? Because like right now, we haven't even focused on your best friend yet, or what you are like with best friends. You're in survival mode. And so right now, you're just trying to remember basic things to get through the day. And so, like, but what is the goal? And right now, I feel like because you've been downtrodden for so long, God, like, I have a headache. It's literally like every day is such a burden on you with this internal landscape that it's like I look at the, like, remember the goal. It's like, remember the goal. Like it's almost like your brain keeps saying, like, remember me, remember me, remember me. Like, it's almost like you're trying to get yourself back, you know, towards this version of you, or towards normalcy, but you are spinning. And so then you hear goal, and so you're only focused on ambitious things that are external to you, right? So you're like, all right, I need to make sure that I'm achieving my quotas at work. Not even achieving, I'm going to be exceptional. I'm going to get every single metric there is. And they're like, we don't use metrics to value. They're like, I don't care. It's like literally like you don't care because you're in such a survival mode state that you can't understand what you're doing to other people. And again, you don't care. You're like, well, I'm surviving. Why should I care how other people think and feel? Because you don't care about your own thoughts and feelings, because those are weaknesses. This is a solid plan. Yeah. So the one thing I will say about you, group 4, is you're good at planning. You very much value structure because you value predictability. I don't think you knew this, but that is why you value structural systems so much, is because if there's a plan, you can anticipate things. If you don't like something that goes along with a plan, you can just blame the plan, or things not going according to plan. The plan is what makes you feel safe. It is not necessarily that you are safe, but it's what makes you feel that way. And something about solid plan, you don't like spontaneous things. And it's something about, like, it's just in your nature. It is very triggering for you. just because it makes you feel like you're not in control, right? Again, I see like this person glaring. So it's like, say for example, you're on the road. Yeah, maybe you're a musician or something, or you travel a lot, and it's kind of like, oh, the bus breaks down. And instead of just being like, oh, that happens, you're literally like, I'm going to threaten the crew that if they don't get this together within the next 2 hours, I'm going to threaten to break their legs. I'm going to threaten to take away their pay. And it's literally just like, everyone's kind of looking at you like, why the hell would you say that? You know what I mean? And everyone's kind of just like, are you just talking? Or are you serious? You know what I mean? Because I think like you do talk a lot. You make a lot of empty threats. Because I think you're just relying on your presence alone, your power alone. Maybe you're well connected, or maybe you've got money or something. But I just want you to understand that this kind of energy, I mean, you're gonna get some enemies doing this kind of thing, and it's not in the good way. I mean, people are they're gonna F around and find out, and then when they find out that you ain't it, they're not gonna be very happy with you. Yeah, don't do that. Fake falsetto stuff, because most times I feel like you think you're smart for doing this, because you are used to fear, or a fear-based reality that other people do not live. Okay, so normally when people make threats, they're not empty. Okay, not everybody goes by that rule. So if you're like, yeah, I'm used to effing around and ha ha ha, and I'm gonna sabotage this, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do that, and like, it's almost like no one's ever stood up against you before. So when someone does it, your whole world collapses, or you just implode internally, and you can't sustain. Because there's something about you're struggling with self-sufficiency. Again, because you're afraid of your mental health, because there's some war going on in your head. With Angel of Balance, yeah, I do feel like one positive thing that you're going through, group number 4, is you do have a great work-life balance. Okay, this is kind of like a random tangent. You know what I mean? Is I feel like, when you want to be stable, it's almost like a switch. Okay, so like for example, if you're sitting there being like, okay, dating partnerships. Oh God, I literally feel like my throat's closing up, being like, yeah, I don't want to talk about that. But like work-life balance, I can sit there and be like, yeah, in a dating relationship, we're not going to talk about that. But at work, yeah, I'm exceeding, I'm excelling, everybody loves me, I'm doing great, I'm great with ladies, I'm great with guys. I can soothe my way into a room. And then at home, I take care of my body. So like I work out, I eat fresh meals, blah, blah, blah. Like I know how to look good. I feel like you're very appearance-based. Even though you're covering everything up. So it's almost like, even though, yeah, I mean, I might have a great body, but that great body is a shell that I'm dying in. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, this is very demoralizing. I'm so sorry, group number 4. I feel really bad. Yeah, this Angel of Balance, I feel like, it's kind of weird, because like when it comes to like, say for example, like maybe you don't have the perfect body, but you're working on it, right? Because I feel like you can be disciplined when you want to be. Say you're like working out and you mess up a rep or something like that, or you're like, you made a mistake when you were jogging. Normally, you're very, very self-critical and harsh. But for some reason, you can sometimes self-soothe during those moments where you're like, oh no, well, it's okay. It's okay. I tripped when I was running and jogging. That's normal. And you can suddenly turn into a very soft person. And you can find amusement in things. So I feel like, there's some hot and cold energy here that you just go to some very polar extremes, that you struggle to articulate boundaries with for other people, because I think you don't understand that you're switching with that much volatility. Man, I hope this reading is very enlightening for you, because I want you to understand most people don't experience this kind of energy and understand it, and not take it personally, because I definitely feel, like I said, work with a mental health professional, because there's a lot of stuff that I think if you become aware, one, that this isn't normal, and two, that you can get help for this, and that this is about balance of energies. You can, I don't want to say fix this, because I feel like you hate the word fixed, because it's like, I don't need fixed. When it's like, it's not about fixing you, it's about not being in pain anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want you to feel this kind of pain, because I realize, like, if you struggle to connect to people emotionally, well, this is why. Because like, a lot of people can't relate to this, or they don't know how to understand you. Because most people aren't experiencing these highs and lows, or this volatility, or they can't understand why you do a certain behavior, and you just expect people to know, when it's like, no, other people weren't raised the same way as you, or they don't live this experience, so you have to be able to tell people the right ways to get help, if that makes sense. So it's like, if I don't understand something about myself yet, I didn't know, oh, that's a trauma response. I like, something about your body and your brain, you're not connected to be able to register, oh, I'm not in control of my body all the time. So, for example, you may be experiencing panic attacks, but you never knew that that's what that was, because no one taught you to regulate your emotions and thoughts and feelings. Man, I really feel for you, group number 4. I'm going to continue on the reading, but I feel like there's a lot of, like, soothing. I just want to tell you that you have a lot of frustration and anger and resentment and just fear, and you don't need to go through this. All right? Like, I want you to understand, like, not everybody can get out of this, but if you want to, you can. You just need to be willing to do it. Yeah, I don't know if this is falling on deaf ears, but I'm gonna try. Yeah, we've got this kid that's being picked on, throwing apples at their head. Yeah, I definitely feel like you were family outcast. Really, some of you guys got, like, maybe beat up. Some of you guys were bullied, threatened, abandoned, judged for your mental health, or maybe this is kind of weird. People called you crazy, or somebody, like, there's something about, like, maybe someone thought you had a mental illness when you didn't. You're just maybe autistic, or maybe there's, like, you're just kind of a little weird or goofy, and somebody really turned your world upside down by misidentifying. Maybe you got, like, misdiagnosed with a mental illness, so then you took the wrong meds, or maybe you had some kind of a scare when you were younger where people were like, oh my gosh, I thought this person had this mental disorder, and so then you became afraid of yourself. Or maybe, here's another thing, because this happens too, maybe you were very psychically gifted, and people didn't know that that's what that was, and no one was there to translate it for you. So, like, for example, like schizophrenia, if you maybe family member with schizophrenia, or some kind of a mood disorder or something, that you don't know how to translate the messages you're receiving into intuition that's useful, then yeah, you're gonna feel like you're nuts. You know what I mean? Because no one explained to you, oh, okay, your brain's wired differently. However, this is also how you communicate with the divine. So not everything is a reflection of this bullying and this past energy. Like, half of the stuff, I'm like, I don't even know if it's yours, but, like, past life energy. I definitely recommend for you guys, group number 4, again, maybe this is, like, the first time people have ever told you this, but, yeah, you may have had mentally ill ancestors that got picked on, and so sometimes those voices inside are literally, like, wounds from ancestors. So I'm going to teach you guys a little quick thing, because I want to help this group out. Again, because I feel like this is, like, the first time you've ever had someone explain to you what the heck is going on in your head. Literally, anytime when you're navigating a voice, ask the voice, do you belong to me, yes or no? And whatever your immediate reaction is, I don't care, don't think about it, just, is it yes or no? Do it real fast, yes or no. And then if immediately it's no, then you go, okay, that voice doesn't belong to me. I'm going to send the energy back wherever it came from, to wherever it belongs. If it has a message for me, I'm going to ask it, what message do you have for me? and then you take whatever that message is and then return the rest back because it doesn't belong to you. Release everything that doesn't belong to you. And you can say that as a mantra to yourself every night before you go to bed. I release everything and all things that no longer serve the highest good of myself and all living beings. If it does not belong to me, I will not hold on to it. Just say that a bunch of times to yourself, and you'd be amazed at how much BS you clear up. And this isn't even like a energy thing. This is psychological too, because we inherit stuff. And so I think like with this bullying, you've just compounded generations of BS that didn't belong to you. So yeah, you're gonna start acting like this. You know what I mean? Again, take what resonates, because some of you guys, you won't own up to it, but there's at least a place where you can start. Oh my gosh, yeah. So we've got this energy here where there's like a bully. There's like the big bad guy and the kid hiding behind the chair. Yeah, you're scared. You're a scared little kid. And I'm looking at like this bear here, and it's like you're so afraid you wouldn't even reach for the bear. Yeah, I want you guys to understand. So there's something about maybe about your mental health or your headspace that you're not aware of. If you're listening this far, I say I appreciate you so much taking the time to listen to me, because this is really hard stuff to talk about, and hear and listen to. Yeah, I want you to understand that what's happening in your mind right now is you're in fight or flight response. Okay, your nervous system is so activated that you are always anticipating that there's a bear around you. Okay, maybe you resonate with the bear in the woods trend right now, or Me Too movement or something like that. But there's something that happened to you that caused you to become so dysregulated that you struggle with your perceptions of the world around you. Okay? And that's normal based off of what you went through. Okay? However, your goal should be to return back to a healthier state, which will take time, maybe money and resources, but you will need to actively work on this to get better. Okay? Now, can it be done? Yeah, absolutely. I'm saying this as someone who I've been working at it for years, and I'm finally living a much healthier, cleaner lifestyle. Okay? Maybe you see spirits and you can't tell what's reality and whatnot. Maybe you have had scary mental health experiences. You've experienced scary things in life. I mean, there's a reason why you're feeling a bit dead on the inside and you've been closed off from people for a very long time. Part of the problem, too, is you've not had access to this sort of information. No one has ever been able to tell you that. And I'm very grateful that you have showed up on this tarot reading, because I'm not live for you to ask me these questions. You came here. So this is your intuition guiding you to these messages. And I have a firm belief that whoever's meant to find this message will find it, hear it, and you will take whatever you need from it. But I'm not here to lie to you because you chose to be here. So I can't lie to somebody that I've never met before. And I think because of the lying and suffering you've been through, I believe that you deserve a chance and the choice to have a more fulfilling life. That lies in everyday relationships are not normal. That you can close this cycle and step away from this energy and back into the light. Whatever that light looks for you. Because some of you guys, there may be irreparable damage here. And especially, like, for example, if you've got something like schizophrenia or another mental health disorder, like maybe you're autistic, there's some things that you will not be able to change. Okay? But there is so much hope available to you out there. This is a solid plan. All you got to do is get a solid plan together, meet the right people, and do one thing at a time. Okay? And I think that's where maybe this is a little overwhelming for you. Especially like this whole best friend thing. It's like maybe you've been searching for a long time for something that you couldn't see. Maybe you have desired a best friend. I feel like this group definitely desires a sexual partner. But notice I say sexual partner, and it's not like Again, I just feel like you don't know what a best friend is. You're like, why do people need that? Why? Because it almost feels like romantic partnerships. It's like, that is the person who I am socially allowed to engage in sex with, and I receive money or I receive food or benefits from. Like, this is such a detached energy that's just very based in survival that, like, you're not familiar with what love feels like. Right? This is pretty common in people that have been in abusive situations. Okay? Maybe you're like, I wasn't abused. And I'm like, this card begs to differ, all right? Again, talk to a therapist, but you can still be very traumatized even if no one laid a single finger on you, especially if they abandoned you as a child. With this angel balance, I'm drawn back to that, where you really should balance yourself out before you try approaching a romantic partnership or try to let people get near to you, because I don't want you to get rejected. And I want you to experience some healthier patterns before you start bringing in another person into your dynamic. Okay? Especially with this energy, like, I want to make sure that you can heal this inner child, so that way you know how to protect yourself from people that don't have good intentions for you, as well as learning to love the version of you that was treated poorly by other people. And you're like, but I can't love that version of me. First of all, I don't even know what this love thing is. And that version of me is what got me in trouble growing up. So why should I engage with it? Well, it's because there's a reason why people take that version of you out. And a lot of it's so that way they can continue to do bad things. And so in order for you to stop doing bad things, or in order for you to stop seeing bad things in other people, you have to acknowledge the piece of you or the version of you that was hurt. It's that simple. But simple doesn't mean easy. Okay? And that's why we work with therapists. We get mental health education. We take medication. We do spiritual things. We engage with others. There's something about this group that maybe you guys are very, very tied to religious ideals, but not because you care about religion or God or spirituality. It's because you like the structure. You like being able to see a group of rules, so then I can run over to this person and kick down their sandcastle because someone kicked down your sandcastle. And so then everyone's kicking down each other's sandcastles, and you never learned that kicking down another kid's sandcastle wasn't okay. Okay? Because you're kind of used to, like, well, it's survival of the fittest. I got to be able to beat this person up. Like, there's a lot of, like, rage built up. And so, like I said, you can only do that for so long until someone comes around and says, you knocked over my sandcastle, well, I'm going to break your nose. You know what I mean? And then you're going to get completely shocked and everything's going to backfire when people actually stand up to you, because not everyone puts up with that kind of ish, right? And then you're going to turn into the scared little kid who can't protect themselves anymore. And, like, notice both of these kids, they're, like, wrapping their arms around their body, and that's happening over here too. You need to let go of this idea that you don't play a role in fixing yourself. No one outside of you is going to be able to tell you what to do to heal until you start self-soothing. Okay? So, like, protecting yourself can mean literally giving yourself hugs, doing somatic exercises. I can put links in the description because somatic exercises are really great for releasing trauma. Eating healthy. That might not be enough for this group, but, if you haven't been, that's a great start. Exercising is not going to be enough for you guys. I think a lot of this is just more so, I recommend, like, EMDR therapy or things about, like, actually working on mindset. Meditation for sure, but also, like, not just meditation, because I feel like this group too can also be susceptible to religious abuse. And also, like, superiority thinking. So it's kind of like, for example, you can be very, very spiritually in tune and psychic and have a God complex. And the God complex is all ego. It's not God talking to you, it's ego. And so when what happens is if you try to come in and start like energetically checking people and trying to play God when you actually interact with something that's spiritually a much higher vibrational than you, it's going to knock you down several pegs. Okay? And so I'm just letting you know, keeping this in mind, that yeah, you can do all this dark magic, whatever, blah blah blah. You can do what you want to do, but when this bunny comes along, you're gonna have a wake up call. So it's kind of like your choice, dealer's choice. You know what I mean? There's the FAFO energy, mess around and find out, and the find out isn't going to be what you think. And I know you're very used to puffing out your chest and puffing your energy out, but I'm saying you're not going to see it coming. And you've probably learned this in the past, but you didn't see it. But this is just another reminder that, like, yeah, just keep repeating the cycle, and it's going to keep knocking you down until you stop hurting people, you know. But that's your choice. Wow. Yeah, I just want to say, I really appreciate you guys. If you're still listening at this point, I really appreciate you. I think that says a lot about you, that your openness to change and to listening is good. Or maybe you're not. Maybe you're just like waiting. Some of you guys are kind of just like, I just want to listen to what you have to say. Because you don't trust me and you don't understand why I say the things that I do and why I act the way that I do. But yeah, so here's what's gonna happen in the next pile. I feel like this is gonna be your future best friend. Okay, so this is kind of more so for those of you that are looking forward to breaking this cycle, making a change, understanding that maybe I can actually achieve something. Maybe you've never read tarot before and now you're like, wow, this is actually pretty life-changing. Or maybe you're seeking out wisdom of how do I break free from this? You know, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Some of the darker energy, you're just watching to see what's going to manifest next for you. And yeah, let's see what's going on with your best friend. This is, I feel, so for some reason these cards are about current energy, about maybe you have a best friend or someone that, you know, is what most normal people would consider a best friend. Or maybe this was someone who was a best friend in your past. Maybe you grew up with this person and you were close to them and they were like, when we say best friend, I feel like you use that term loosely to just kind of replicate what you saw and observed around you. Because you didn't actually feel connected with this person, you're kind of like, all right, this is just a loose definition of a best friend. Right? Again, I kind of feel like I'm like, oh, like I'm just so checked out. Yeah, your energy is very draining to either this person or to other people around you. Right, so your bestie, this is their current energy towards you. We have, don't let your emotions cloud your heart space. Use your heart. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really feel like this applies to a specific person in your life. I think this is just kind of like the energy of letting you know what a best friend would tell you. Okay, yeah, I'm kind of changing it a little bit because I do feel this energy of like you're not used to people telling you this stuff. So I guess I'll talk to you like a best friend, or what this person's higher self may say. Don't let your emotions cloud your heart space. Use your heart. I really know that's easier said than done. But your best friend wants you to know that, like, use your heart. So, for example, how do I explain this? So, say, for example, you enjoyed painting growing up. And you used to get yelled at a lot for painting. Maybe too much. Maybe when you were, like, a kid. Maybe if you were a boy or something like that. You, like, painted on the wall. And your dad got really, really mad to a point where he, like, threw out all the paints and you never wanted to paint again. Right? Because you're like, well, my dad's never going to buy me another paint set. But then your mom secretly, like, was like, hey, I think that was really harsh. So we're going to buy him a paint set. But then you never touch it again. Okay? If you loved painting, listen to your heart space and say, hey, do I really need to stop painting because of what my dad did to me when I was younger? Hold space for your heart right now. Like, another way you can do this is, like, if you're not used to listening to your heart, literally put your hand over your heart and ask it a question. Being like, what does my heart tell me right now? And it might take some time, because especially if you haven't been working on regulating your emotions, again, this is something I'd say is better suited for a therapist, but I'll just give you the tools that I've used so far. Using your heart is not simple when you've been through like what you went through. So in order to use it, you kind of have to rely on feelings, but you can't trust those entirely either. Your heart is going to be when something is powerful enough to move you to change. So say, for example, say you really love music, right? And, we'll use love in a loose term, but it's kind of like, yeah, like I listen to music all the time. More than likely, you listen to it all the time because you like it, right? Or it's something that you can connect to other people. So maybe it's like nobody understands you, but when you put on your headphones and listen to your favorite band, you're like, okay, this is what I enjoy. This is what I enjoy most. So then as you regulate yourself more, and you can use music to connect to your feelings. So for example, if you're like thinking about a relationship that was difficult in your past, pick a song that relates as closely as possible to this person, listen to it, and then see how your body responds, right? Like, I feel like there's like a lot with this group that you don't know how to connect that head and heart space or connect to the certain feelings. So you're kind of going to need to do some puzzle work to be like, okay, oh, this is what that feeling is. Is this happiness? Actually, maybe it's not. Maybe it's a trauma response, because like, so for example, getting butterflies in your stomach around a romantic partner, that doesn't mean you like them. That just means you're anxious. Okay? You want to be in a romantic partnership with people that make you feel safe. That when you see them coming, you go, oh, I'm going to sigh, like a release of burden. You know what I mean? You shouldn't feel nervous about using your heart. Like that's another thing too. If you're using your heart, that means you'll feel safe about it. You'll feel connected to yourself. So with the artist example, it's like, okay, if I'm doing something that feels like a breath of fresh air, if I'm not feeling drained or I have energy, that's your heart telling you that this is better for you. Okay? You need to face yourself. Yeah. Yeah, you need to face yourself. Okay? And it's like, I'm seeing this, it's like, well, when you look at yourself in the mirror and that's what you see, maybe there's something about your face you don't like. Maybe you can't look at yourself in the mirror. A lot of times if you're struggling with narcissistic tendencies or, you have that issue looking inward, looking at yourself is painful and it's difficult and it will be a struggle. And I want you to understand that based off of what you've run through, that's normal. Again, you are not a sociopath, right? Just because you're disconnected from your emotions and feelings. And, it's pretty common to hate yourself and not be able to see yourself clearly. Some of you, maybe you have body dysmorphia that you can't physically see your body. And yeah, this is something that, like I said, I recommend therapy. You're gonna get tired of me saying that, but like something with like face, I think an easy way to practice facing this is to literally make eye contact with yourself in the mirror. All right? And repeat over and over again, I love you. I love you. I love you. And you can also say, when I'm ready to reveal my truth to you, I will reveal it. Now, the reason why I have a little bit of hesitation with those mantras, be very careful, because if you do get triggered, which means, say, for example, you're doing this exercise and you feel very scared, something happens or whatever, please talk to a mental health professional. There are hotlines and whatnot that can help you doing this work, because one thing that you need to understand is because you've been through a lot, we don't want to re-traumatize you. So we want to be very careful with your relationship with yourself because, if you're not ready to face something, then that's okay, right? So just kind of take a deep breath if you notice something. Don't judge yourself, don't scare yourself, and just take a deep breath and understand that this work is going to be hard, but I believe in you and you can do it, all right? This bunny's waiting for you, okay? This cute little bunny. I don't know. I'm kind of curious. Are you trying to heal yourself for a romantic relationship or a partner? Again, I feel like for some of you, you do, despite everything, have hope about a situation with a person or a situationship or whatever. You're just very, very lost in how you come across to others and this person. We have the sun in reverse, and I feel like you really want it to be upright. Like, you were just hurt so badly that you don't know how to incorporate the sun in your day-to-day life. Here's another thing. Maybe you work night shift. Maybe you work or you live in a place where it's dark all the time. Maybe your ancestors are like that, which that's something that I don't think people understand is like, yeah, depending on what your cultural heritage is, you can develop certain kind of mental illnesses. So if culturally, for example, you had people that came from the north, where it's really dark, yeah, you're going to develop certain kind of mental illnesses that are related to that and wanting to be closer to darkness and whatnot and struggling with that. So maybe going outside, getting some sun would be very, very useful to you. Get your vitamin Ds and all that stuff. I'm not going to tell you to focus on the positive because I think that's something that you're like, well, no shit. But with the sun, this is just like the sun is one of the best cards you can get, and the number is number 1 here. I think putting, like, if you want to get technical, you're going to want to put yourself first, but more specifically, you want to put your healing first. You want to put the light first, okay? Because right now you're used to putting the darkness before the light, and I mean, technically, if you want to see how that works, I mean, yeah, everything starts with darkness and then it becomes light, right? You have a room that's dark and then you flip a light switch and then suddenly, oh, I'm aware of things. I can see couches, I can see tables, I can see photographs, things like that. There's kind of like needing to retrain your brain, that understanding that, yeah, if you're in the dark, you're not going to be very aware of things, and that's going to be very scary. But when you turn the light on, you're going to walk in a room and go, oh, now that I can see, I know what I'm working with. And some of you are like, you don't want to see what's in my head, you don't want to see what's in my head, you don't want to see what's in... And I'm literally like, no offense, group number 4, I'm not going to lie, you're really not that different. Maybe someone lied to you about this, and I feel like some of you are like, what? But I'm going to tell you right now, because of who hurt you and how they hurt you, you actually can relate to other people. Now, you need to be taught. The difference was you were not taught. And you could also have a genetic disorder. Again, like if you're autistic, or if you have a mood disorder or whatever. I'm not talking about you guys so much because you will struggle to a certain degree. But even still, every human being needs to poop. Every human being needs to eat. Everybody experiences sadness, frustration, and blah, blah, blah. And you're like, but I'm not like other people. And it's like, you are not. But you were abused. And how people respond to that abuse is very telling about who they are as people. And that abuse is what's blocking you from connecting to other people. That's it. And your reactions to it. And so if you want to connect to people, you gotta connect to your trauma first. And have a healthy relationship with that version of you, so then you can learn how to stand in the sunshine. Because here's what I'm going to tell you guys, group number 4. When you have gone through the things that you've gone through, love is very painful to you. Like, it's literally like if I take my hand and I touch that flame, And I'm gonna go, you know what I mean? And there's something about you guys where you're used to, I'm just gonna literally leave my hand above the fire until my hand's actually burning, and then I blame the fire for that. Instead of understanding that if I put my hand on the fire, there's a consequence. And that consequence is my hand gets burned, right? And so, because of what people did to you in the past, there's a lot of really basic living skills that you were not taught, that everyone else got that you didn't. And there's no shame and judgment in that because you can't control, obviously, what happened to you in childhood. And you need to let go of the fact that it does not matter what your age is, that is still impacting you, and that you need to learn those skills so you can connect to other people. If you want to connect to other people, because some of you guys, I mean, like, maybe some of you guys are suicidal. Maybe some of you guys, you've just learned that I am always the other. And if you want to repeat that mantra, you can stay there. I'm just giving you an opportunity that if you can't understand why people that are like this white bunny, who are shiny and happy and fun and connecting to other people, if you want that energy, if you want to connect to them, if you want to stop hating them or being defeated by them, then understand them. And understand that, they are made up of the same genetics. They got 10 toes and 10 fingers, just like you. And yeah, I mean, there's some brainwave issues going on here. But other than that, like, you're still a person. And they're a person too. And maybe you can't acknowledge that they're people because of the way your brain was wired. But I think when you get deeper into it, you're going to realize that you have more in common with people than you realize. And that's what's holding you back, is not realizing that. Yeah, okay, so we've got like this grandfather and grandmother energy. Yeah, maybe there was a death in your family that triggered this. Maybe you had an ancestor that's looking out for you, that guided you here. That's kind of interesting. Maybe someone in your life who passed away really wanted you to see this message. Because I feel like you're really holding on to the past of this person, and it's almost like you learned that this was the only safe person in my life, so without them, I've destroyed everything, or I'm going to destroy my whole world. And I feel like you're holding on to and clinging to this image of maybe an old version of you, of this person, of maybe that one glimmer of light in your life that you can't go back there. And you're kind of like, maybe you're getting older and you realized you messed up. But it's never too late to change. And I think, like, as you continue to get stronger, as you move forward on your own and learning about all this stuff, learning to face yourself, that, like, actually you are not as scary or as bad as you think. When you use your heart and realize that I can let go, and I actually can heal. I can feel better. I can get relief, and I don't have to worry about other people's problems. I can face this on my own. It's almost like with that cane, maybe you'll need support. Maybe you got to go on disability. Maybe there's something that you need to spend some time to really fix and work out. Especially like if you've got like a family situation where you've been cut off by a lot of people. One day at a time. But there's always going to be people open and willing to help you with your change and your transformation, if that's what you desire. You have to want it, And then finally, we've got like a father with these 2 children and a dog. Yeah, I'm just going to be honest with you, group number 4. I mean, something tells me here that there's definitely a deep divine masculine wound. Okay, regardless if you are a man, woman, or whatever in between, which that might trigger you. But I do feel like there is a deep-rooted power imbalance that happened between you and a caretaker. Something about these children here, it was almost like maybe you were raised by a parent that how they treated their siblings was night and day, and you got the heavy end of the stick, and this other person didn't, and you got a lot of resentment. I think, like, when you let go of the stories you're telling yourself about this person's behavior, to focus less on judgment and more look at what am I doing now about the situation. Because, like, if it was 30 years ago and you were like 10 when this stuff happens, then yeah, you need to let it go, but like letting go isn't as simple as just, yeah, I'm going to forget about it. Like no, no, no. You're going to sit with that young boy or that young girl and you're going to hold them for a little bit. And the self-soothing that you're going to do with yourself as you work with your therapist, of course, is you're going to self-soothe, because most people do that on their own. They don't need a person externally to do that. That's why you keep seeking out sexual partners, quote unquote, because you're so detached from sex that you're just like, oh yeah, it's like it's just a natural part of my body function. It's like, no. Like there's a desire to connect because you're missing the human element of connection because of how you were treated. And so with this boy and girl too, you might also have some issues with the opposite gender a lot, where it's like, all right, so say for example, if daddy was the abuser and mom was the victim, I always see women as victim. So when someone doesn't align with that, you get triggered and scared. And maybe it's the opposite's true. Maybe you are a woman who had a very secure mother and father who was, scared and detached. You view men as being maybe not very smart, maybe as, dismissing their feelings and thoughts and whatever. Take what resonates. But the point is that facing your family issues and trying to create better family dynamics within yourself first is going to put you on the right step towards meeting people that will be your family. Because even if you're towards the end of your life, again, I don't know why, for example, you guys are like, there's a very doom and gloom energy that you're like, I might just die tomorrow. I might just end it all. Or I might just whatever, something bad's going to happen to me. And it's kind of like, no, I think that's just you. And I don't really know where that's coming from, but I think it's like, it's just because you have this like detachment from the sun. Like you are really detached from life. And it's funny too, because it's like my Cersei candle over here just started going nuts. It's like you have access to that bright light energy whenever you want. But, maybe use a mantra saying, I welcome in the love of the universe at this time. I welcome in the love of God, if you prefer that. I welcome in life at this time into my body. Start saying it like a mantra, because I feel like you're going to be moving towards a better direction when you commit to this energy and understand that all of your darkness was actually protecting you. And you really shouldn't be as scared of yourself. You should be accountable, but you really shouldn't be as afraid of yourself as you think. I don't think you're as bad of a person as you make yourself seem. However, also too, if you want to mess around, you can find out. And then you can go back to the cycle again. Until this piece of you or version of you hits the point where there's no other choice but the light, you'll just end up in the cycle again. Because other people can only teach you so much. And you got to be open to it and do the work. That's it. And doing the work, I know that seems like a lot because you're overwhelmed. A lot of this is just spiritual. And so I think like the first step is just being aware and asking for help. If you ask for help, the universe is going to show up. But you have to keep trying. And I just want to say, group number 4, especially if I personally know you, I want to let you know that I'm cheering you on. I have faith for you, and I feel like you need to let go of how you think people should view you, because I want you to understand that the reality that you were raised in is not the reality of everyone else's. And it wasn't my reality for sure. But like whatever you're seeing, this darkness perpetually, I want you to know there's hope and you can experience something different. It may not be like everyone else, but you can experience something different that you can finally maybe get some peace and quiet. Some of you guys, maybe you're very sensitive to noise, or just, again, because it's PTSD. You know what I mean? It's not you. It's really not you. Okay? Yeah, because some of you, I think, like, you were abused for having a traumatized reaction to the trauma that you were encountering. You know what I mean? It's like it's all compounded, so it's like you're like, well, why bother helping me? And to me, I'm like, you're exactly who needs the help the most. However, I don't find it productive for me to directly talk to you because you don't trust anybody or you're really into conspiracy theories and you're like, there's no way you can. And I'm like, okay, fine, do your thing, do your worst. But like, you came here for a reason, and whatever ancestor brought you here, um, I welcome their energy. I thank them for their presence and guiding you here, and I appreciate you taking the time to listen to this message. Anyways, group number 4, that was your reading. I appreciate your time and energy so much. I know that this was probably triggering for you, or I at least appreciate the energy that you sent my way. If you liked this video, please like and subscribe, comment if this pile resonated with you. Sending you a lot of love right now. And yeah, if you're interested in purchasing a reading from me, link is in the description below. And I will see you all next time. Take care and go to therapy! Yeah!